Thank you, everyone, for being here for today's final meeting of this Raleigh City Council. A couple of things. First, I want to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we have some recognition that we would like to conduct.
Madam Mayor,
That is, yes,
I understand Councilmember Melton is out of town. I think we need to excuse him.
we'll get there.
Okay.
Councilmember Knight, could you lead us? Okay. Okay. Can we have our Chief of Staff up here, please? We're going to recognize Councilmember Buffkin, Cox, Knight, and Stewart. And we have some gifts for you. And also, I think we would like to get some photos. So I'm going to call each of you up. And let's see, do we have a microphone over there?
I got tissue.
Councilmember Buffkin, I'd like for you to come up. This is in recognition of your service from 2019 to 2022. Is that?
This is what everyone's going to be receiving. This is what everyone's going to be receiving. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Cox, this is in recognition of your service from 2015 to 2022. Councilmember David Knight, this is in recognition of your service from 2019 to 2022. Yours is in your office? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
I'm gonna do the long walk.
Take the long walk. This is in recognition of your service, serving as Mayor Pro Tem from 2017 to 2022. And, wait a minute, no, City Council from 2017 to 2022, Mayor Pro Tem from 2020 to 2022. How's that for you? Okay. All right, I'd like to ask everybody to come up so we can get a photo of everyone together. Lou? Let's see.
I'll get in the back.
Right, yeah, 'cause we're
All right, everybody squeeze in. I just want to thank all of you for your public service. It's not easy, but it is worthwhile, making changes and making a difference in our community. And I know that the four of you have really brought your heart and soul to this, and I just want to say thank you. It is deeply appreciated by all of us. And now on to city business. We will start with our consent agenda. Item E2 has been pulled.
Well, before we vote, we really should excuse Councilmember Melton.
Yeah.
He is excused.
Thank you.
I've pulled E2, and I have been excused from voting on this previously. So do we need another motion? Okay, if we could, I would ask that that item be pulled and not be excused.
I move to excuse the mayor from item E2 for a vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Can I have a motion on the rest of the consent agenda?
Move for approval of the rest of the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, if you could take that item.
Yep, and I would accept a motion for E2.
Move for approval of E2.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Great.
Okay,
Mayor?
thank you. All right, next we have public comment. We have a very, very long meeting today, and have asked that each person limit themselves to 1 minute. I am going to call about 5 or 6 of you, if you could line up to speak. We start with Lisa Huguet, Helen Tart, Donna Bailey, Octavia Rainey, Diane Mayer, Tim Niles, and Chris Crispin.
Madam Mayor,
Yes?
I recognize that we have a long agenda today, and honestly, it's my last day. I really don't want to be here any longer than necessary. But in the interest of free speech and the right of people to be able to petition their government, I would like to make a motion, and that motion being that we extend public comment to a maximum of 3 minutes per person.
Do we have a second? Motion fails for lack of a second. Thank you. Lisa, if you'll begin.
Lisa Hewitt, 712 Hinsdale Street. I don't like having to come here month after month pleading with you to do right by working class citizens. We need you to leverage your power to preserve NOAA and negotiate with developers to help us build affordable housing. Today you have several opportunities as your final public act to do just that. You have the opportunity to abide by your own actions when you approve the Midtown Small Area Plan. You can either deny the rezoning because it's inconsistent with height or negotiate for true affordable units. Isn't that what offering a density bonus was all about? Country Club and now Montecito and Quail Ridge, there are hundreds of affordable units at risk of being demolished, but you have the opportunity today to preserve or negotiate. I want to come here just once and celebrate a win. Don't make your last act of 2022 the same as 2020 when you approved Downtown South when the majority of people were in opposition. Instead, please vote for affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Helen Tart.
Helen Tart, 611 Monroe Drive. More residents didn't support the current council members than did. None of the winning incumbents won by a majority, yet they get to keep their positions. That is a result of a change this council made in elections, eliminating runoffs. In the only race in which there were just 2 candidates running, the challenger won over the incumbent. It would show a recognition of this fact if the winners were to reach out to their challengers. It would also show an awareness that many people in Raleigh are concerned about the direction the city is taking. That concern needs to be acted on by including the challengers in the city's future. Please do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Donna Bailey.
Donna Bailey, 710 Rosemont. I don't understand why the citizen engagement time has been cut short again. I know it must be uncomfortable for some of you to have to listen to citizen concerns, but that is why you are here. I hope that those of you going off council will reflect on what went wrong with your term in office. I hope it's very clear to you, especially David Knight and Patrick Buffkin, that you should have been listening to your constituents and not the mayor and the developers. This is the second time that Mayor Baldwin has been elected as mayor without a majority. I think all of Raleigh understands that raising over $900,000 with 75% coming from the development community tells us exactly who you are representing. I hope the future council will do better with our elections instead of the backroom deals that you support that benefits yourself. Mayor, I'm talking. Would you mind paying attention, please? That is very rude.
I can hear you. Thank you.
But I am really here this afternoon to say thank you to Councilor David Cox, who has always put his constituents first and represented them beautifully. He is truly a model that the mayor and all council. Mayor, I recommend you follow some of your own rules of decorum. You are as rude as you can.
Oh, my goodness. Octavia Rainey.
Good afternoon, Octavia Rainey, 1516 East Main Street. I had a very embarrassing moment. I was not allowed to come into the Raleigh Housing Authority meeting. That bothers me because what they was doing is converting some of their public housing units to Section 8. And when you have the people there who don't know what they're really speaking about, who don't understand it, that's a shame. You know, that is the 30%. But if they are converting it over to Section 8, so which means that they no longer have residence council, so when they get ready to tear them down, all they do is say, okay, you have 30 days to move because you have a voucher. You know what? We need to bring the housing authority in. They no longer bring their annual reports to the council. They may give them to Larry, but they don't bring them to the council. And I recommend that this council coming in to a joint meeting.
Yep. Ms. Rainey, that has been planned. Okay, thank you. We're going to follow up on that, Ms. Rainey. Okay. Diane Mayer.
Hello. My name is Diane Mayer, 710 Rosemont Avenue. I'm here today to personally thank Councilor Cox for his time on council. Dr. Cox has always conducted himself with integrity, thoughtfulness, and transparency, including at times when he was treated disrespectfully by his colleagues. His belief in citizens' voices, thorough analysis of the issues, and record of going out into the community to meet with all of his constituents is what is expected of every council member. It's unfortunate we are losing him. Our recent election rejected the current council. Mayor Baldwin, I hope you've heard this message. I am confident the newly elected members will make Councilor Cox and all of us proud. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Niles.
Tim Niles, 11509 Midlothian Drive. Congratulations to council persevering through 3 years, never implementing the revolutionary citizen engagement process you promised when you ended support for CACs. You successfully eliminated the voices of residents from their government. Even in your final meeting today, you limit speakers to 1 meeting when your rules call for 2. Mary Ann, why schedule a 6 p.m. speech on Council Day, which requires you to silence the people so you can get there on time? Congratulations to the newly elected councilors who ran on a promise to give the people their voices back. And thank you to the voters for sending a message that citizens can't have their voices right-sized out of government without consequences. Finally, my sincerest thanks to Councilor Cox for his years of service, always listening to the people, always centering people in his decisions, always, as he promised in his first campaign, using his seat at the council table as the people's seat at the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Chrisman? Is Chris Chrisman here? Okay. Next we have, I'm going to call up Leon Cox, Lubin Previtt, Christina Jones. Leon Cook? Yes. I'm sorry. Lubin Previtt, Christina Jones, Terry Henderson, Milo Alston, Terry Snyder, and Margie Case.
Leon Cook, with an E, 1500 Whittington Drive. I'd like to first thank David Cox for enduring the slights and disrespect he has had to bear for 3 years trying to represent not only the District B, but all residents of the city of Raleigh. From over-aggressive steps, procedures, and actions of this retiring council featuring secret meetings not only for residents, but from councilmen as well. David, I wish you well in your future endeavors. Second, I'd like to congratulate the new members of the council, Mary Black Branch, Megan Patton, Jane Harrison, and Christina Jones. All female. They will bring fresh ideas and provide independent and valuable input to council matters and decisions. Third, I'd like to compliment the 3 returning council members, Stormy Fort, Corey Branch, and Jonathan Melton, for their reelection. Perhaps with new independent-minded council members, more resident-focused decisions can be made.
Thank you. Lubin Previtt.
Lubin Pravat, 4213 Wingate Drive. I am pleased to commend and praise David Cox for his 7 years of service as a Raleigh City Council member. David has always acted with integrity and honesty, has always researched and studied the issues, has regularly attended many public and citizen meetings to gain insight, and has always voted in the best interest of the citizens of Raleigh. David has even become famous for the 7-to-1 votes he has generated when he stood up and voted most appropriately and always for the good of the community of Raleigh. David, we wish you well in whatever endeavors and causes you pursue. We know you will do a great job at anything you do. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Christina Jones.
Councilwoman-elect Christina Jones, 8005 Finland Drive. 1,015 days ago, you defunded CACs with no warning. 679 days ago, I began speaking in front of you in order to keep resident voices as part of the conversation. 201 days ago, I announced my candidacy for City Council. And 7 days ago, I won that seat. Can you hear me now? A question I have received is, do you think you can move on from being ignored for so long? I'm excited that a door has opened to a back and forth discussion, and I believe my track record proves that I am ready. The better question is, are you?
Terry Henderson.
Friends, Raleigheites, and countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to praise Cox, not to bury him. The evil that council members do lives after them. The good is oft interred with their bones. David Cox's service to Raleigh will long live as an example for those that follow him for his research, his thoughtful synthesis, and his cogent and straightforward statement of principled representation. Not everyone agreed with David's approach, his opinion, or his tactics, but it seems to me they were never mean, vindictive, or selfish. His record recalls Ross Perot's quote, "My role in life is that of a grain of sand to the oyster. It irritates the oyster, and out comes a pearl." If I have any quarrel with his judgment, which was mostly spot on, it is with his timing to voluntarily retire from the council just when things are getting interesting. Thank you, David, for your service.
Thank you. Milo Alston. Is Milo Austin here? Okay. Terry Snyder.
Terry Snyder, 1316 Westfield Avenue. The reason that I'm here today is to express my sincere appreciation of Councilor Cox, the one person on this council who demonstrated respect for and an understanding of the city of Raleigh, its diverse population, its history, the environment, and natural resources when faced with the demands of extreme growth. He alone seems to know, acknowledge, and understand the Raleigh Comprehensive Plan and the intent of the UDO. Dr. Cox consistently and reliably held the line on rezoning, which favored developers and ignored many of the regulations in place. He did not compromise under the pressure of working in a toxic environment. He did not give up and made a concerted effort to fulfill the duties for which he was elected. I am looking forward for things to change on the new city council, a council in which all members will listen to and respect Raleigh citizens and give more than lip service to addressing the issues of environment, affordable housing, the diverse needs of a diverse population, etc. One that is not beholden to developers and one which will serve those who elected them. Be part of it, Dr. Cox, and hope you'll be back someday. Thank you.
Ma'am, your time is up, please. Thank you. Next, we have Margie Case.
I would like to thank David Cox for voting based on what the people he represented wanted and for consulting them ahead of time. The results of the election reflect our consistent message. The majority of voters don't support missing middle. It's not about endorsements by political parties. The mayor's failure to get a majority and the failure of David Knight to be reelected show a desire for restoring zoning. We don't want incompatible development based on an undemonstrated claim of more bus riding. Affordable housing and mass transit aren't excuses to destroy the fabric and the identity of our city. Voters trust new leadership that isn't based only on the desires of special interest groups. Clearly, we want CACs and others on the council to have the courage to vote for what people want and what's best for Raleigh. Opposition to the missing middle has never been based on an anti-development position, but rather for responsible development.
Thank you. I'm going to call the next group, and we are going to start with Jeremy Gilchrist, Marilyn Alphin, Bob Gary, Wanda Gilbert Coker, Kay Manigas, Deborah Manduli, and Mary Delberg. Jeremy?
Jeremy Gilchrist, 710 Sasser Street. Mary Ann Baldwin got 46% of the vote after raising $900,000. Melton just 19% after raising, at least on one of his reports, $55,000, including a lot of that coming from developers, including Trump supporter and homophobe John Kane. I think the message is clear here. There is no mandate for the old council and for those that survived into re-election. I also think there should have been a runoff. There used to be that when we had a real democratic process where you had to get over 50% of the vote. And if we did, I believe Terrence Ruth would be being sworn in by the time we get to the next council. And I'm looking forward to the 4 new councilors taking over. And then you asked if they were ready. I think, as Christina said, the question is, are you?
Marilyn Alphin.
Okay, Marilyn Alphin, 5460 Pine Top Circle.
Could you speak into the microphone, Marilyn? Having
How
trouble
about
hearing.
now?
That's better. Thank you.
I really had a teacher voice, but I'll use this. Okay, I'm here with 2 other residents from the Ridgelock Townhome community to express our objection to a proposal that you will receive soon from Parks and Recreation, which is known as the Mine Creek Improvement Project. And you will be briefed on that by you'll be briefed on that soon by Parks and Recreation. And you will see three options. Option 2 of this proposal moves a portion of Ironwood Trail, which is located between two bridges across Mine Creek, from the east side to the west side on Ridgelock property, directly behind 14 of our townhomes. This would actually put the back decks of 14 of our families 50 feet from the Greenway trails. So I only have time to say this. You'll see three options. 1, keep it where it is. 3, put it on the sidewalks. And 2, move it to our...
Okay, we have somebody else speaking on this, so they can continue that. Thank you. Next, we have Bob Geary.
Council, Mayor, thank you. I am here also to thank Councilor Cox for holding high the banner of civic engagement throughout your 7 years of service. Your last 3 years, you've been a lone voice on a council that seemed determined to suppress citizen participation. In other words, to suppress democracy, which is, of course, government by and for the people. Last Tuesday, the election resulted in 4 new council members being elected who ran on a pledge to restore citizen participation. So, Councilor Cox, you did not run again, but in that election, you were the winner. Thank you.
Wanda Gilbert Coker. Do we see Wanda here today? Okay. Next, we have Kay Meningas.
Hello, my name is Kay Meningas. I live at 5734 Forest Lawn Court in the Ridgelock community. I am also here today to express my objection to option 2 of the Mine Creek Greenway project that would move a portion of the Greenway from where it is now to right behind my home. Ridgelock is an affordable housing community that's made up of a lot of retirees like myself, young singles and married couples who are buying their very first homes. So the thought of having the Greenway Trail right behind my deck is frightening. I think that this is a huge safety concern. I've lived here for 32 years, and I've enjoyed the peace, the privacy, security of this little hidden gem that is in North Raleigh. But all that would be shattered by a freeway of just activities. And I must mention that not all people who walk on the Greenway are nice people. Crime has become so prevalent, and the police are forming their own task force now just to patrol the Greenway. So I need your help to keep my community safe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Next, we have Deborah Manduli.
Good afternoon. I'm Deborah Mandalay. I live at 5745 Three Oaks Drive, and I'm here to speak on the same subject, the Mine Creek Trail project, which the entire Ridgelock community objects to. I'm going to give you a few more reasons. One of them is the recent crime rate, and we have had, and I know Mayor Baldwin has had to deal with the recent murders on a trail, Noose Trail, right behind some homes. We don't want something like that to happen. It will be so dangerously close to us. We have many elderly people, many young families, and you would be putting them in serious danger. This is also located on a one-way, dead-end road that no one knows about across from Shelley Lake, and if you allow this, it's going to turn into a public parking lot. Nobody's going to park across on Millbrook Road to get to that trail. So it will become we will bear all the cost of that ourselves, the safety and the cost of it. So please understand, please do not vote for option 2.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Dullberg. Is Mary here today? Okay. Thank you. That will complete public comment. Next, we will go to the report and recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Good afternoon, Travis Crane, Planning and Development, here with a delivery of 5 items from the Planning Commission. So first, we'll take a look at what's been calendared for December 6th and January 3rd. We are not recommending any new cases to the December 6th meeting. We are recommending a few to January 3rd. And here's just a snapshot of what's contained within the backup material. I'll end on that slide when we're concluded. So the first is CP 122. This is actually 2 items that are packaged together. This is the Dix Edge area study. Staff has been working on this for more than a few years. It's been a pretty intensive community engagement project where staff has identified new policy language that would be implemented through an area plan and some new policies contained within the comprehensive plan. So Planning Commission has reviewed this over the course of a number of different meetings. They recommend unanimous approval of this request, and they recommend a public hearing date of January 3, 2023. First zoning case up is Z 4322, which is at 405 Clover Lane. This is a request to rezone just over 5 acres of land from R10 with an NCOD to R6 with NCOD and RX5 green conditional use. Planning Commission reviewed this request and they recommend approval 7-1, and staff is recommending a public hearing date of January 3. Z5422 is a collection of properties on the north side of P Street, just to the east of West Street. About 2.5 acres in size. It's currently zoned IX12. The request is to rezone to DX30 Urban General Conditional Use. Planning Commission recommends unanimous approval of this request, and staff recommends a public hearing date of January 3. Z3722 is a collection of 2 properties at Plainview Drive and Polly Street. Almost an acre in size, currently zoned R10 conditional use. The request is to rezone to RX3 conditional use. Planning Commission recommends unanimous approval. Staff suggests a January 17 public hearing date. And then finally, Z7122, 3 properties on the south side of Morgan Street, about a 1/4 acre in size, currently zoned OX5 Urban Limited with the Special Residential Parking Overlay District. Request is to rezone to CX5 Urban Limited Conditional Use, retaining that overlay district. Planning Commission recommends unanimous approval, and staff suggests a January 17 public hearing date. So those are all of the cases. Here's an overview of the recommended public hearing dates. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay, are we good with what the staff has recommended? Can we have a motion?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you very much. Next is special items. The first item is the Healing Raleigh Together vigil expenses. At the last meeting, you recall, we asked if we could use $11,700 from council contingency to make payment for the vigil. So I'm going to make a motion to approve. Do we have a second? All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye. I mean, nay.
Okay. Councilmember Fort, opposition. Safe, Vibrant, Healthy Communities. We had a community garden update and budget appropriation at the last meeting. We asked that this be brought before council for action, so it didn't just sit in committee during the transition. So we have Ken Heisler here to talk to us about this.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Ken Hissler, Raleigh Parks. It's a pleasure to be here today to give you an update on what we have going on with the community garden and also the healthier food security options that we've been working on. We'll go ahead and just jump into it. So you may recall that there was action that was taken from the June Safe, Vibrant, Healthy Communities presentation, and what that was, there was $500,000 that was originally allocated out of the American Rescue Plan Act to be used for healthy food options within the Raleigh community. Out of that, you guys have already approved $179,000 to be used with the expansion of our produce project. where we'll be buying a refrigerated box truck, and we will also be looking to expand our number of locations. The other thing that Scott Payne, who has since retired, presented on was the work within our community garden project. So I'm here to give you an update on where we are, and as a result of that meeting, we were asked to go out and do some additional community engagement. So I will share that so far there's three main topics. We're transitioning leadership. As I mentioned, Scott Payne was leading that effort within the Initiative 4.3 of Safe, Vibrant, Healthy Communities. We're transitioning that to Mr. Ainsley Worrell will take over that. He's our Health and Wellness Program Director within Raleigh Parks. We're also designating a new PRCR lead, and that would be me. So I'm helping to corral the work within Raleigh Parks to make sure we're focusing on both of these initiatives. As I previously mentioned, the produce project, we have the funds encumbered to buy the vehicle. Unfortunately, as we find with most things these days, it takes a little bit of time, so we're thankful to have the money there. We're also looking to expand to a third distribution site in the winter of 2023. I would offer that as of now, we started this partnership in December of 2021, and up to this point, we've distributed almost 14,000 pounds of food. That is outside of the actual shares that we have provided to the community, and that is going to local nonprofit organizations. With the community gardens effort, on this slide, you'll see in the upper right-hand corner, that is the actual design for the Barwell Road community garden. That is set to go under construction in January, which we're looking for an opening of May of 2023. We have a great group of folks in the Barwell Road community that we're working with. Dr. Lane, who has been a passionate, I would just say, supporter of the Barwell Road community over the years. We're excited about him and the community that we're working on. But to make that happen, we're working not just with the community, but also with local nonprofit organizations to help us manage that project. So it's not just something that Raleigh Parks is doing. And then to make that also happen, as Scott had mentioned previously, we're working on an RFP process that we will distribute, and that community, or the Initiative 4.3 is working to finalize that language. So I just mentioned this. How are we starting this? The first garden will be at Barwell Road Park. It's a 6,000 square foot space. We've had initial conversations with the Cooperative Extension that includes both the Capital Area Food Network and the Master Gardener Program. We've talked to Raleigh City Farm, we've talked to the City of Oaks Foundation, and most recently we had a very productive conversation with the Interfaith Food Shuttle, all of which is providing great opportunities as we look to bring on those partners to work with. And what will that partnership support? So as noted in the agenda item, we are looking to allocate additional resources to support this. So the partner is going to help to coordinate the community. How are they going to work with Raleigh Parks and the City of Raleigh to make sure all of the needed supplies and materials, because they will be the manager of the space. So if you think about it, there's dirt, there's plants, there's benches, there's all of those things that come with managing the space. These funds will be used to support that opportunity to make sure it's sustainable. If we're going to get into this effort, we want to make sure it will happen long term. And remember, Barwell Road's just the first of these efforts. They will also, that partner, work with other organizations to seek funding opportunities moving forward. So our next steps at this point are, we're finalizing the language with the RFP. We're continuing to engage local partners on this opportunity. There is some legal stuff that we're working through. So one is we'll come back in January of 2023. We do need to amend the city ordinance that talks about foraging in parks and what you can and cannot do to plants that are built, or that are planted on city property. So we're working with the attorney's office on language for that. And we're also finalizing the lease language that we included the RFP that we will distribute. Our plan is to come back on the foraging in early 2023. So with that, our recommendations today as we move forward with the community garden project is to request City Council to allocate the remaining $500,000 for a total of $321,000 to support the community garden program. We would put both of these together as we continue to address the food security needs within the city of Raleigh. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you, Ken. Any questions? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
Thank you. This is fabulous. I just want to include a couple other nonprofits that I think would be great to partner with, because Raleigh is rich in nonprofits, especially in this space. So Fertile Ground Food Co-op and the Community Food Lab. And I think the Community Food Lab actually has a lot of connections with the groups in this space. So making sure that those two are on your list would be great. But great work.
Councilmember Branch?
I just want to say thank you for the work. I know the Barwell community has been really working on pushing the garden and moving it forward. And I'm glad we found a mechanism in which the city can, start off with a good initial pilot to move forward so that we can, in other parts of the city, as we move forward, we can work on this as well. So I definitely appreciate it. If there's nothing else, I would love to move to approve the authorization.
Any other questions? Please go.
I move for approval.
All in favor? Aye. That was unanimous, Clerk. Thank you very much. Next, we have the Trenton Woods Way parking concerns.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Matthew Courier, Parking Manager for the city. We're going to walk through a handful of things, some background on this community and the area and the issues at hand, and then we'll look at some options for council consideration. The Trenton Place subdivision is located on Trenton Road, just past the corner of Reedy Creek. This is in like the Edwards Mill area, just south of Umstead Park. It is a 16-unit detached home neighborhood, low-volume residential streets with widths about 26 feet wide. Right at the corner of Reedy Creek and Trenton Road is a kind of unimproved neighborhood access to Umstead Park. This is a relatively well-used entrance for folks coming down the Reedy Creek Greenway. If we zoom out a little bit and look at kind of the context of the area, we see here in green the Reedy Creek Greenway going from the North Carolina Art Museum on your kind of bottom right screen, along Reedy Creek, underneath Edwards Mill Road, past the new Bandwidth campus site that's currently under construction, along Reedy Creek, and then right to the edge or intersection of where Trenton Road becomes Reedy Creek Place. The blue section that you see there is the new 10-foot wide multi-use path that was recently bid, and I believe the bid was accepted to be under construction, and that will be on Trenton Road right past Trenton Place there near that intersection. So council has taken two previous actions in this neighborhood. The first was in 2009, where it approved a no parking restriction along the north side of Trenton Woods Way, including the cul-de-sac at the end, essentially because there was so many people parking in the neighborhood trying to access Umstead through this kind of unimproved access point. There is no parking near that access point, so the only place for folks to park and get to it would be adjacent neighborhoods. So this first restriction restricted the north side because there were so many people coming. They were parking on both sides of the road and restricting the travel lane so folks couldn't safely get through. And then in 2021, it came to our attention again. The first restriction didn't put the no parking close enough to the intersection of Trenton Road, and I'll show that to you real quick. This is the situation that we were presented with in late 2020, where cars were legally parked on that right side, a little bit too close to the intersection. There is a stop sign there. That's where Trenton Woods Way intersects with Trenton Road. And you can see that traveling vehicles going towards that stop sign could meet vehicles entering Trenton Woods Way. It was also difficult for folks. You can see there's a driveway there to exit their driveway. There was just a lot of confusion and complication here when folks were parked there visiting the park. So our restrictions, you'll see here, these are the current restrictions. The red is what was done back in 2009, restricting all of the parking on the north side and the cul-de-sac at the end. And then in 2021, we restricted back from that intersection and back from that stop sign. And we also restricted Treeside Court, the other cul-de-sac, as well as a tiny area right to the left of the cul-de-sac. That left the green area as unregulated, unrestricted parking. It's about 240 feet long. You can fit around 10 to 12 vehicles in that space. The next thing to talk about is the State Division of Parks and Recreation. We've been in close contact with them before this item in 2009 and until today. Back in 2016, the park released its general management plan, which identified critical acres for acquisition along the borders of the park. You can see those highlighted. Let me see if I can help. To the north side, to the west, and then down here to the southeast with that where that star is. That's that same intersection and where the neighborhood is that we're talking about. There is a small kind of square section there, which is owned by the Walton family. The park has been looking to acquire that as part of their critical acres, and their plan has been for, as stated in their general management plan, is partnership for parking facilities and watershed protection. They have, as recent as September, been working to acquire property. It looks like they are in the process right now of acquiring properties to the northwest and then a small portion of this property to the southeast, but not the entire section, and not enough of that section in order to build some level of parking relief for this section. I do have Brian Strong. He's a deputy director for the North Carolina Division of Parks and Recreation here, if council has any specific questions on that. So the next thing we'll do is we'll walk through some options for consideration. The first is what the neighborhood asked for back in 2021. And this was, we received a petition for 100% no parking. That would eliminate the kind of section in green that is currently unregulated. So the street width is 26 feet wide with 23 feet between, it has valley curb, but basically between the curbs is about 23 feet of parkable space. So when vehicles are parked on that southern side, we typically say parking lanes are 8 feet wide. That leaves about 15 feet for a shared travel lane. That is pretty consistent with the majority of our residential low-volume streets like this. Back when this neighborhood was created, the standard was 26 feet. It's now 27 feet, but still very similar in nature, and we have this condition throughout a lot of streets in Raleigh. The second option for consideration is to install a double yellow line around along Trenton Woods Way. This would essentially create two around 11-foot travel lanes, giving some space for installation of that double yellow line in the middle. This type of installation typically requires 2,000 daily trip generation or unique hills or curves along a roadway that may impact sight lines and make traveling along this road unsafe. This is an image of Trenton Woods Way. The no parking restriction starts right here and goes that way along that side of the road. The third option could be a residential permit zone. Residential permit zones per ordinance require 8 contiguous block faces. This neighborhood only has 4, so we would need to go slightly against what the policy or the ordinance says. The residential permit zone would still allow visitors to park in the neighborhood for up to 2 hours per day without a permit. And this type of use is slightly outside of the stated purpose of the program. Residential permit zones are usually there to provide access to property owners or residents when their neighborhood is overrun with parking. In this instance, the HOA in place along Trenton Place doesn't allow their residents to park on the street. So they wouldn't necessarily, there's not a lot of competition for the street in this neighborhood. The last option would be for council to take no action and to reevaluate. So there's currently quite a bit going on, as we saw along Trenton Road and in the area. This council could take an action where we wait for the bandwidth project to be complete and the multi-use path to be complete to see how that may impact demand in the area, may impact traffic in the area, and may impact usage along Trenton Woods Way. The anticipated completion of these projects, both the multi-use path and the bandwidth site, is summer of this year, so summer of 2023. So those are the 4 options that staff have for this. Again, it's the neighborhood request for 100% no parking, installation of a double yellow line, the residential permit zone, or no action. And happy to take any questions council may have.
Councilmember Cox.
Yes, I'm very familiar with this entrance, and so I have concerns about all of these options, actually. One of the concerns I have is that a lot of people actually park at the art museum and they bike or ride their bikes or walk or jog to this entrance. And with the parking restricted in this area, even the parking that's there currently, you still have to walk a long ways to get to this entrance. So my concern has to do with ADA accessibility to the park through this entrance. It really is non-existent. The other thing about this is that these neighborhoods these are very large houses, very expensive houses. And if we shut down all parking in this area, then effectively what we're doing is we're using city funds to finance an entrance to a park for a private enclave of very wealthy individuals. That's not equitable. And so to me, I think you really need, and even if bandwidth comes in, that's still a long ways away. People who have physical disabilities are not going to be able to travel that distance in order to get to this entrance to the park. So I think you need to go back to the drawing board and figure out a way to be able to add some parking at this entrance in order to allow people who do have physical disabilities and to be ADA compliant.
Councilmember Branch?
To that point, you say you have the representative from the state and they're about to do some work. Can they explain what work they're going to do and what, if any, parking they can provide?
Yeah, I'll ask Brian Strong to come up and respond to that.
Afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Brian Strong, Deputy Director with North Carolina State Parks. So the question was what construction we're going to have down there. We certainly have nothing planned at this time. We have an acquisition that's adjacent to the park, but it's not accessible from a road.
But that's still one of the entrances that y'all are going to maintain and operate?
It's a neighborhood access point, yes, and so you can get into the park from there, but there's no parking associated with it.
But it's not a recognized entrance to the park?
It's a neighborhood access. You know, people can get into the park through that location.
So there's no parking.
That is correct.
And are you going to address parking?
We cannot right now because we do not have the availability of land adjacent to it.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
Councilmember Cox, I hear your concerns, but it also strikes me that this is a neighborhood access point not dissimilar to our neighborhood access points to some of our parks and some of our greenways, where we don't necessarily provide parking at those points. They happen to be in the back of our neighborhoods in these little, right, like crux areas in the back of those neighborhoods that provide access to, in this case, Olmsted Park. I am 100% sympathetic to this concern that you're bringing up. But if the state has no plans for putting parking in this neighborhood access point to this entrance at this point, I don't know that that is a reason to not move forward with one of these proposals at this point. So just some thoughts.
Councilmember Cox?
So I guess I don't understand. You got a park that's hundreds of acres in size. And so what's the difficulty in putting some parking there?
Yeah, I mean, part of it is restrictions on the property. That's related to, you know, how the property was acquired and the sensitivity of the property where that star essentially is in that area. So we just don't have the space for it.
In other words, the wealthy neighbors that live in that area do not want parking in that area. They want to keep it a private entrance. Because you have the land. You have a huge park there. And there's no reason, in my view, that you cannot have a parking lot there with 10 or 20 spaces that would allow people who have physical disabilities to be able to access that entrance. That's my opinion.
I don't think that's what he said. I think what you said is that area cannot be.
Yeah, we've done, our planners have looked at that site, and it just isn't feasible to put a parking lot in there. And 10 or 20 spaces, to me, this is my opinion, would not solve a problem. It would just create a bigger one where you'd have, you know, we have overcrowding in the park with our current parking, so, 10 or 15 spaces wouldn't solve that. The other challenge is even with ADA accessibility, we have some ADA accessible trails, but they're not in that location. So again, that would be another challenge with ADA access to that particular location.
One more question.
Councilmember Branch?
So I have a question for staff. One of the things that's required is, utilities, and I see mail, but I'm assuming, I saw a sidewalk, so I'm assuming this is all right there in the city limits as well. What issues are we having with, are we having any issues with maybe trash pickup and things of that nature for our vehicles?
For city vehicles in this
Right.
area, I haven't received any complaints from our services, solid waste services, fire, police, about access into this neighborhood to provide those services.
Okay. How many parking spots are we talking about on this road?
So there's, let me get back to that photo, that way we can see them. In that green area, it's about 240 feet. We typically say a parking space is 20 feet long, so about 12 spaces.
Okay, so spaces in this other lot, if there were 20 spaces, could help alleviate that. I'm just suggesting that. I'll tell you, this item was in my committee many years ago. And I went out to the neighborhood and drove around. The experience and what I saw was kind of shocking. There were people pulled over to the side of the road, I'm not kidding, changing their clothes. And when I say changing their clothes, I mean almost totally unclothed. I saw that with my own eyes. And so when some of the neighbors brought these concerns forward, we did limit parking in there. There was also a major safety issue. We couldn't get fire trucks down there. We couldn't get other vehicles down there, et cetera. I'm frustrated that after all these years, we're still talking about this with no solutions. And the solution to me seems to be providing some parking. So my question is, I guess for the state, why do you feel that this would cause more of a problem instead of help solve a problem?
Well, at this point in time, we don't have the space available, like I said earlier, to do that. We've looked at that from a planning perspective, and in that location, there's not enough space that would provide parking.
Even in that small lot, you couldn't provide like 20 spots?
Yeah, we've looked at it several times. We've done, like you said, it's been a long-standing challenge in that area, and we've looked at it several times, and we've not been able to find a feasible solution with the property we currently own in that location.
Okay, bring this back to the table. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Fort, is this your district? I think you've met with the neighborhoods before.
Yeah, I had conversations back in 2021, but I know you've taken the lead on it, so I'll let you go with it.
Well, what I would go for is option one. But I want to find a solution for parking. And treat this with some sense of urgency, because we do have bandwidth coming on board. We do have these other, it's going to bring more traffic to this area. So what are we going to do? Just say nothing? I don't know. It's frustrating. I think we're all kind of frustrated at this point. Councilmember Branch?
I think based on the information I'm hearing, and the way to move this forward is really option 4 right now. Because we hear we want parking, we hear we need parking, but we also hear the concern of the parking. And I don't think we know how to really evaluate it. So, I think option 4 is our only viable option based on the comments I'm hearing here at the table. Yes, so I move for option 4 at this time.
Okay, all in favor? I'm opposed. Thank you. Okay, next we have our Communications and Marketing Study Group.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Damian Graham, Communications Director. I am here to seek your approval for a proposed structure for a new Strategic Communications Committee. So just to remind you, because it's been a little while, the council requested that we put together a committee to help us pull together some local talent to give us advice, council insights on how we can improve our strategic communications efforts as a city. The work that they'd be doing, in theory, would focus on our structure, our strategy, our current resources, what's been working and perhaps not working as well, the difference between marketing and educating for communications, and of course, setting priorities moving forward. So the proposed structure I have for you is to have a moderator to help shepherd these folks, 5 local communications marketing professionals, and 2 members from our new community engagement board. The timeline for this is we would seek your nominations in December, and then assuming we can have that approved in January, the committee can begin work. And then also the communications department would like to come to your retreat in January and just give a baseline for everybody about what we're doing and where we're going from here. And that is it. So any questions or feedback?
Councilmember Cox.
Do you have a proposed charter for this committee?
I think, well, I'd look to y'all if you want to outline that specifically, but in essence, it's just to help provide strategic communication advice. So the priorities, looking at our resources that are currently available, looking at what campaigns have worked and where are some areas that we can improve upon.
Okay, and I take it at this time you don't have a proposed work plan?
No, do not.
Oh, I just want to clarify something too. This is not a committee. This is a short-term task force. We did this, trying to remember what year. It was before we did our rebranding, where we brought in a team of communications professionals who really helped provide guidance to the city on next steps with our rebranding and whatnot and refresh. And what I looked at this toward is being a task force, probably work maybe 4 to 6 months, come back with recommendations on how we move forward, and then they are disbanded. So this is not a long-term committee. This is a short-term, bring us your best ideas and what's new in the market, how people are communicating in new ways, and help us shore up that support. And also our storytelling. We do a lot of work here. Our staff does a lot of work. A lot of times I hear that people don't know about it. So how can we better tell our story, and how can we better get the word out? And that is really the emphasis of this task force.
I think when they come back, I mean, I'm willing to support it, but I think when it gets to the point of making nominations to this task force, that there ought to be at least a draft work plan available at that time.
What I would also like to ask for is that you, like, kind of let what we did with the Community Engagement Board, look at the types of expertise we need. So it might be we need somebody with, I don't know, public relations experience. We might need somebody with video, videography experience. That's up to all of you, but I think providing some guidelines on the experience we need would be important, so we can nominate appropriately.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do we need a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And Patrick's counts as a yes?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next, I turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good afternoon. The first item today under the manager's report is a FY22 strategic plan progress update. Heather McDougall from the Office of Strategy and Innovation will bring that item forward and talk to you a little bit about what we've done.
Absolutely. So you've been sitting for a little while, so we're going to actually take you on a little journey today. So we'd like to announce that the strategic plan performance report is online, so it's accessible, so anyone who'd like to take a look at it can. What we'd like to do, though, actually, is we're going to take you on a little journey here, if I can get this to move forward. So our journey today will take you on 6 stops. The ground rules for today is you do not need a bus ticket. Fortunately, tickets are free on city buses right now. And then the second part is it's 6 stops. This is really meant just to be a quick highlight overview, a way for us to storytell, and a way for us to celebrate the work that you helped us to create in line with the work of the initiative teams. This is also a metaphorical journey, so no worries. We're not going to actually disrupt the flow of today's session. But first, what we'd like to do is take you to John Chavis Memorial Park. All right, and so I'd like you to, close your eyes for a minute. You can probably hear the sounds of the children playing nearby. And if it's a warm day, you can probably also hear the sounds of the splash park. Maybe some of you have taken friends or families to enjoy that. I know that many of you were there for that dedication, and many of you have gone to celebrate the great work of that. So that represents the arts and cultural resources and our ability to celebrate the history and culture of Southeast Raleigh. All right, so next stop in our journey here today is to go into the innovation ecosystem. And this is the great work of Jen Baker and her team. And their challenge was to think about how can a city help to empower innovation? How can it bring it to life here as a city and also in the region? So Jen Baker and her team, they convened a survey through a consultant, and they convened then 2 gathering points. One was at Innovate Raleigh, and another was at an ideation session. And what they did was to compile a report. And for the Office of Strategy and Innovation, that was very important. That helped us to inform the ways in which we are going to relaunch our Impact Partner Grant. I'm very happy to announce that that is relaunched. We have chosen 3 companies and organizations that will help us to revitalize innovation, help to bring in different members of our innovation ecosystem. Amalgamation, Prospera, and Harmony are 3 of those that we will be part of our fall cohort. All right, so next we're on our bus, and next to us is this kind of strange truck next to us. And so it is deploying new cool pavement technology. And so that is a way for us to bring in science and technology to improve our environmental performance. This was a pilot project. It won awards. And so the design of it is to help us reduce the heat retention in the streets across the city. So this is obviously very important across our strategic plan, one for sustainability, our heat resilience, but again, enabling us as a city to access latest trends in technology and science. All right, next, we are going to travel the streets. We might see many of our part-time workers throughout their daily activities. As part of our organizational excellence, it was important for us to think about the ways that we can maintain competitive employee compensation. And if you recall, you approved to increase the part-time pay from $8.25 to $11. And that's an important effort for us to retain high-caliber employees here in the city. All right. And then 5th on our journey, we are traveling actually all throughout different neighborhoods across the city, because this is something that might have touched the lives of different people across. And so this was a way for us to basically enable rapid delivery of housing assistance. And the city approved over $21 million of grant funding to support emergency rental assistance. So as you can imagine, during the last 2 years, that was very important, again, for housing needs and for our citizens here. And then lastly, on our little metaphorical bus today, actually we have been traveling on one of our new fleets that is part of the CNG. And this is part of our transportation and transit, and this is our path forward to adopting more sustainable methods of transportation to include CNG and to include electric vehicles. What's quite impressive about this is that 16,000 metric tons of greenhouse gases have been saved from this initial transition. And if you can have a little mental note of what that would be, so 1 metric ton is the equivalent of a 2-story house. So if we have 16,000 metric tons that is saved, that is an entire vast neighborhood of 16,000 houses spread throughout. So that was just a very quick journey for us and a bus stop of our journey for the strategic plan. Again, the report is online. It's under fiscal year 22. It's something that, again, maybe in the future we can actually go out and get on a real bus tour and take you to meet some of these teams that are working on these initiatives. But again, our office is new. We're about to hit our 1-year mark, and so we're excited for the work that's being done and, again, the hundreds of employees that are working on these initiatives. So we thank you.
Do we have any questions for Heather? I can see smiles. That was great. Absolutely great job. Great presentation. And really appreciate the work you're doing. As the city manager will tell you, I am a big fan of the whole creating a department that is dedicated to innovation and strategy. So I would like to see in the upcoming year more emphasis on the innovation side. But also, I'm going to just bring this up now. We used to have the Big Idea Awards where we recognize employees at the start of every meeting. They received a bonus for their work, and we rewarded big ideas. I'd like to see us bring that back with the new council. And I think now that we have a Department of Strategy and Innovation, that they can like vet those ideas and help with that initiative. I would like to also see going forward on the innovation side, more interaction with our companies and co-working spaces. I know that Derek Miner, when he was part of the team in economic development, he actually had office hours at Industrious, WeWork, Raleigh founded. We now have the factory. Like, that was a way to really be the front door for innovation and entrepreneurship and connecting entrepreneurs with city government. So I'd really like to see some consideration given to that instead. And so maybe next year when you do this, you'll take us on a journey of how we helped our entrepreneurial community grow. Like Pendo, for instance, look at what happened. Starting off with 4 people, look where we are now. I mean, those are the success stories that we want to be talking about, but also the success stories we want to help make happen.
Sure, absolutely. And we do really view this as a partnership between the public and the private. I think what our office has been really excited about is the innovation that our current city employees are undertaking and the ways in which that we can celebrate that. So again, the Cool Pavement is an excellent example of the ways in which they are seeking out latest trends. And so for our office, that's what we're excited to do, is to help highlight and celebrate that. And again, the ecosystem is very eager to partner with us on projects, and our team does go out. We've been meeting with the innovation ecosystem, and we already have some quite interesting collaborations and ways in which both sides can kind of work together in a reciprocal manner to help move the city forward and then help the community forward, because that also helps for companies to recruit high-caliber people to be able to attract them to this great city.
The other piece, I think I've mentioned this already, and Councilmember Branch knows what I'm going to say, the Digital Connectors Program.
Yes.
I think getting involved in that and helping make connections with Pendo, Red Hat, all of these companies. Good for the kids. It helps them see what they can be. Good for the companies as well. So having some involvement there is, I would really appreciate that. So thank you. Great journey.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The next item is a Parks Bond update. So we have Stephen Bentley from PRCR here to do a presentation. We'll talk a little bit about where we are on the 2014 bond and the bond that was passed just last week.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. Good afternoon, Stephen Bentley, Raleigh Parks Director. And good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. This Parks Bond has been a journey, so if we want to stay on the journey trail, this is a short presentation today. It's really going to cover two areas. It's going to cover portions of the 2014 Parks Bond that we're completing currently, both parks and greenways. And then looking forward, this council had tasked with us to look at an equitable implementation plan. So this is a high-level preview for a first quarter 2023 detailed presentation. So just as a reminder, the 2014 bond had over 70 projects and really focused on capital maintenance, in which this council approved a penny for parks, which helps reduce that gap. So 3/4 of those projects are completed and about 1/4 are in design and construction. This bond is different. This bond has about 20 projects and really focuses on a range of community needs. Those priorities included park equity and access needs. It also looked at a balance of new growth and existing facility improvements. Just a snapshot of where we are at in the larger 2014 bond projects. You can see 3/4 or 75% of them are done, and then about 1/4 remain to be complete. These are the programmatic projects, which are groupings of like playgrounds and building systems and lighting and ADA. Again, you can see a status update here. And then I'm just going to walk you through the status of some of the key projects that we have in front of us. There is major construction going on at Bailiwick Park, as well as Walnut Creek Wetland Park. And then we're under design and construction with some lighting on our greenways and at our different park sites, as well as strategic improvements to some of our historic sites like the Pope House. And then ensuring that we continuously are reinvesting in accessibility across the park system. For greenways, we talked a little bit earlier about Umstead State Park. One of our major regional connections is under construction. You can see a picture of it in the right-hand corner, which is the Crabtree West connection. And that will allow bicyclists and people who like to walk and jog to safely connect from basically Cary all the way through our park system, all the way to the Neuse River. And then we have repaving going on at Lake Lynn. And then earlier you had talked about, or you had a discussion on Trenton Road parking, and the Trenton Road multi-use path is going to be initiating construction. As for design, we are currently in design for some renovations along Crabtree Creek at Lassiter Mill, which will improve connection to and from and east and west. And then you heard from neighbors earlier related to the Mine Creek Bridge replacement. So we are looking at 3 options. 3 options include replacing the bridges in place, proposing to move the greenway closer to the neighborhood under an existing sewer easement, which would require us to get a greenway easement from the neighbors, and then one that actually circumvents the greenway and goes through the neighborhood and use existing sidewalks. And we will review that with our park board on Thursday evening. And now looking forward. So just as a reminder, we have approximately 20 bond projects totaling $275 million. This shows the locations of these bond projects all across the city of Raleigh, from northeast Raleigh, northwest Raleigh, downtown, and southeast Raleigh. So we have a great geographic distribution of project locations across the city. And this is just a high level here, some of the things we're considering from an equity standpoint. Some projects have a lot longer lead time. So projects like Kyle Drive still needs a master plan. Higher priority areas, so as I mentioned earlier, the highest priority for this bond was based on equity, and one of the key indexes we use is the Wake County Community Health and Vulnerability Index. So we would look at projects located in higher priorities of that index to move forward with first. And then areas that have limited park access. Let's move forward on those projects faster. and then look at where we already have community engagement underway. So the South Park Heritage Walk is a great example. We've initiated that public engagement, and we can build off that momentum. And then from an overall strategy standpoint, we want to create community engagement frameworks up front so we can be clear and transparent with our community and set expectations very early on. We've learned a lot from 2014 and prior bond referendums. And then establish project delivery methods. We have alternative means that are available, whether it be construction management at risk or design build that can help accelerate some of those projects. Worked with our partners in finance on establishing cash flow and predictability for our bonding. Create more transparency for online engagement and schedule, and create dashboards so people can see the status of projects online. And then pull projects forward. So funds will come available in July of 2023. Our recommendation will be to issue early requests for qualifications and requests for proposals so we can be hitting the ground running with these bond projects. And then early activation. We have had community groups come forward like the Skate Raleigh Partnership. I put a slide together here. They recognize that the Deborah Meadows location will not go into construction possibly for 18 months, for 2 years, and they have come forward and have been willing to fundraise for a temporary skate park. So we've worked with the city attorney's office and multiple departments across the city, and a temporary skate park is going to be located on this site until we initiate construction, which is a win-win for the community, teens, and our Parks Department. So the next steps is, so this is a Parks bond, but this is a bond that's a partnership between engineering services and the planning department, the finance department, transportation services. So in my mind, this is a city investment. So we'll continue to work on coordination and implementation opportunities and strategies and logistics to bring a very detailed presentation to you in the spring or first quarter of 2023. And then we'll continue to close out our 2014 bond projects. And then, just as a reminder, the bond was actually over $300 million, but the council gave the direction for $275. So we'll be working on public-private partnerships and grants so we can close that budget gap. If not, we'll adjust the scopes according to the budgets that are available. So questions for the council?
Do we have any questions for Stephen? Nope. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. You ready for this?
Yeah, I better be. Yeah, thank you.
It's going to be fun.
The next item is another parks endeavor. We have Kate Pierce from PRC are here to talk about a lease with the Dix Park Conservancy for some stone houses on Dix Park.
Thank you, Manager. Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. I am happy to bring forward the lease to the Dix Park Conservancy for 3 stone houses at Dix Park. Janet Cowell is also here with me from the Dix Park Conservancy and will share a bit of information. This is a representation of the public-private partnership between the City of Raleigh and Dix Park Conservancy to implement a piece of the master plan. So in the council-adopted master plan, there is the idea that we renovate 3 historic stone houses for future use. The Conservancy has been working to raise private money for this project and has been successful in those efforts. So we're excited to bring forward this project that will renovate the 3 historic stone houses along Boylan Avenue for future use. We are currently just at the beginning of design, but the intended program is that one of these buildings will become the Dix Park Conservancy headquarters. A second one will be used for a combination of nonprofit space. And then the third smallest house will become a welcome center for the park on the front side of the property. The Conservancy has also agreed to build a public restroom, which will provide restroom access for users of the park, but also for users of the Rocky Branch Greenway, which is very much needed in this area of the park. So here's just a rendering of what those could look like in the future. It is a historic renovation of existing structures. And I will turn it over to Janet to add any details to that before we talk about the details of the lease itself.
Good day, I should say afternoon. Just a moment of personal privilege just to thank every single one of you for serving on council and also your support of the Parks Bond. Y'all put forth, the staff and the council, a really thoughtful, bold package. Dix is a recipient, but of course 20 projects across the city, and I just want to thank every single one of you for your vision and support in continuing the legacy of Raleigh as a city that really supports parks and greenways. So thank you. And we are very excited to activate these 3 old stone houses. As you know, it's one of the first things you see when you come into the park. They're beautiful homes. They are not in good condition. And so to put a new lease of life on these, and particularly to add some of the amenities like a public bathroom, which we know is a huge barrier for some folks of using the park. And we've also put a lot of attention into accessibility and how we can activate. This connects to the Rocky Branch Greenway. And so how can folks who are on that greenway make their way up the hill to the public restrooms, to the visitor center, and some of these public spaces, and connect to the larger park. So we're also excited about that. And as you see in this picture, this will be the toehold of the future botanical gardens as well. So we'll have some smaller garden spaces along with this decking and public spaces. So this really will be a little village hub here at the old entrance. And we are hoping to celebrate this next year. These houses turn 100 years old. They were built in 1923. Wow. And we will celebrate at the end of the year and have ongoing momentum while the Gibson Play Plaza continues to go under construction. So again, just thank you so much. And we are really thrilled with the partnership and having the opportunity to work on these houses.
So the resolution before you is to lease these 3 stone houses to the Dix Park Conservancy. The Conservancy will renovate all 3 structures at their own expense and build the restroom structure at their own expense. No city funds will be used in the renovation project, but city staff will be reviewing all of the design drawings in addition to the site work to make sure it all works with what we're planning long-term at the park. So the recommendation is that council adopt the resolution to authorize the execution of the lease with the Dix Park Conservancy for the renovation and operation of the 3 stone houses at Dix Park. And that resolution was part of your agenda packet.
How did we arrive at 9 years?
That is a non-substantial lease. So 9 years, that didn't trigger a couple of different things, including some of the requirements of the purchase agreement with the state of North Carolina.
Okay, I was just wondering why it wasn't 10. Councilmember Cox?
So what is the projected budget for the renovations?
I'll ask Janet.
So we do have a major donor who is backing this, and we will be very excited to announce who that is. We're not quite ready to go public yet. It's about a $5 million project to renovate all the houses, add the new bathroom, the ADA accessible landscaping. So a lot of that budget goes into the site preparation.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to make a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Knight. All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you very much.
And the next item is the long-awaited Moore Square redevelopment opportunity. For many years, this council and previous councils have talked about affordable housing being a key priority and how we as a city can influence that with property that we own. And so we have Ken Bowers here from Planning and Development to talk to us about the proposals that we received for Moore Square.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm going to walk you through this process and our evaluation of the proposals and then close with a staff recommendation for moving forward. And very glad after this long process to be in front of you today. We have a somewhat longish presentation, but since I think a lot of folks are hearing about this for the first time, it's good to be thorough. So the property in question is some city-owned property located around the east side and south side of Moore Square. And we call the sites Moore Square East, and that's the land that's on the east side of the park, wraps around the Raleigh Rescue Mission, controls all the frontage on Bloodworth and a portion of the frontage on North Person Street. The park-facing part of the property is zoned for 20 stories. The back part is zoned for 12. And then Moore Square South is essentially the parking lot and the old Esso station next to City Market. And the total amount of land in play is roughly 3.5 acres, 2.6 east of Moore Square and 0.9 south. I think Mayor Baldwin, you will remember when the first piece of land was bought here on the east side of Moore Square, the Salvation Army property.
I think I might have had something to do with that.
Right.
Yes.
So October 2013 is when that occurred. Just about 9 years ago when that occurred. So there were some outstanding strips of property that complicated the assemblage that the city wasn't able to close on until March of 2021. In July, we presented to you a path forward for issuing an RFP for developer proposals for the property. We did some rezoning to both upzone the city market parking lot and to remove some outdated conditions on the Bloodworth Street properties. We put the RFP out in March, gave people a long time to do their due diligence and craft good responses and get their teams together. Those submittals were due on June 27th. We reviewed them over the summer, did interviews in September, and have been, since that time, finalizing the staff recommendation for the selection. There were 6 evaluation criteria that were published, and you're going to see these again at the end of the presentation for how staff evaluated the proposal. So we looked at the qualifications and track record of all the members of the development teams, the quality and quantity of affordable housing that was being proposed, because affordable housing was a key goal of this, the estimated total value of the development proposal, how it would activate nearby retail, specifically City Market, which is a unique and historic retail asset in downtown, complement and activate Moore Square Park, and then the overall design quality of the project. We interviewed 4 development teams in person. We provided them with some questions in advance based on the staff review of the written proposals. We did 1.5 hours for each interviews. In each interview, following those, we also sent some follow-up questions based on some of the issues raised in the process. And we deliberated and ranked our choices. So I'm going to go through the proposal summaries. We received a total of 9 proposals. The bulk of these bid on both sites. One team bid on both sites, but through the vehicle of 2 separate proposals with slightly different team membership for each site, and that was the teams led by Loden Properties and Loden Hospitality. We had one bidder who only bid on the City Market site. I'm going to go through the summary. I'm going to talk about the development programs that were in the proposal. So basically how much of various uses and how they're laid out on the site, what the approach was for affordable housing, what set each proposal apart from the others, and then some of the insights we gained from the interviews. So the first one I'll cover is Banner Multifamily, and they were teamed with DHIC for the affordable housing side, and their architect was Jay Davis. And their proposal, I think, was physically the largest in terms of the number of residential units. There's a total of 872, of which there'd be 727 market rate units and 145 affordable units. There'd be ground level retail totaling around 11,000 square feet and over 1,000 parking spaces. Their proposal to do the affordable component was the market rate buildings are fairly large and max out the zoning envelope and include the parking structures. The affordable housing would be standalone 4-story wood frame buildings, one located at the northeast corner of Bloodworth and Hargett, the other one located on the City Market parking site, and they each have 70-some units apiece for a total of 145. They had in the proposal using, trying to get 2 different 9% awards to finance these from the low-income housing tax credit program. Our review and experience has been that the 9% awards are very difficult to come by, even though this site is projected to score well under the qualified allocation plan. So we asked them if they would switch to 4% in the interview because that's a much more certain financing mechanism. Some of the unique features here is Banner alone among the proposers actually already owns a little bit of land on the block. They own the land next to the old Salvation Army that was formerly Kilo Pest Control. As I said, it's the largest number of units. They split the affordable component across the 2 sites, and it does produce a high valuation. When asked, their affordable housing partner suggested that the gap that financing that would be required by the city to go to 4% financing would be about $85,000 per unit. And they said that they could change the massing of the building slightly if they were able to enlarge their assemblage with a piece of property that was not currently under city ownership. HM Partners partnered with Laurel Street for the affordable housing component. Their engineers are Kimley Horn, and their architects also Jay Davis. Has a somewhat smaller development, partly because their development does not include the additional land that Banner owns. It's about 590 units, 148 affordable, 441 market rate, a modest amount of ground floor retail. They're proposing a recessed plaza on Moore Square and a mid-block passage aligning with the current opening to City Market that connects the parking lot. Their affordable housing approach is 80 units in a 9% tax credit building located on the City Market site, and 68 units mixed into the tower development using not using tax credits, but using a combination of city and federal resources for subsidy. The AMI mix here is about 18% at 30%, 50%. Only 10 units. The bulk of the units is 60%, and a few at 80% of AMI. We'll see this income mixing on some of the other proposals, and it's intended to allow a deeper or larger number of 30% units by having some higher income units there to make up the rent gap. Their distinguishing features, they had a really nice architectural design, really great attention to open space and the mid-block pedestrian ways. They really stayed within the current amount of property that was available, and they mixed the affordable market rate units in the same building. One of the insights from the interview, though, is that there's some significant financing complications from putting the units in, mixing the units in the market rate building. One of those is, what is the basis for the land? If it's a pure market rate transaction, we must sell it at the full market price. If we write down the land as part of the subsidy package, that's complicated depending on what the percentage of affordable units is. Next one, I'm going to go to the two Loden proposals. So the Loden proposals, Greystar, they were teamed with Greystar for multifamily and Greystone for affordable housing, both out-of-town firms. Theirs is similar in size, although this is all confined to Moore Square East, 560 to 90 total units, 400 market rate, and somewhere around 160 or 190 affordable. We've assumed 160 as part of our evaluation. They also are including a 135-room hotel, projecting a grocery store, some additional retail, and also partnering with the Raleigh Rescue Mission to build them a new facility on the block in their same location, but on a slightly smaller footprint. So one of the things to highlight here, and I'll get to this, is that their proposal does assume they're able to assemble some additional land beyond what the city has put in play. Their affordable housing approach is denser than the other proposals. They're proposing a single affordable housing building of 7 stories, which would be a 5/2 podium building, so 5 stories of wood construction over a concrete base. They propose out of the gate 4% tax credit financing and a nominal ground lease as part of the subsidy package. For that, about 24 units at 30% AMI, a larger number at 80%, but also a larger number at 32%. So their AMI mix has a little bit more of that upper income housing in order to create more deeper income targeting elsewhere in the building. So their distinguishing features, it was by far the most diverse mix of uses. They also had a real locally focused retail tenanting strategy. Most of the other proposals didn't really talk much about the retail other than give us a square footage amount, but they had already talked to some local entrepreneurs about some business opportunities here. They would provide a new home for the Raleigh Rescue Mission on site, but it does require additional land to make it happen. As part of that, the insights from the interview was that they were very upfront. They have a lot of lofty goals. They'll have to spend some time, if they were to be awarded, to tie up some of the additional property. And so it would probably require an extended period of negotiation before a development agreement could be brought back in front of council for approval. Their proposal, the Loden proposal for the City Market South site is a hotel. No housing at all, 150 to 160 room boutique hotel with a reuse concept. For the Esso station, and they also are proposing a 25,000 square foot of co-working space, partnering with Raleigh Founded, some studios for audio and recording production, some art studios. So a real interesting mix of uses. Distinguishing features here, I think the hotel would be very complementary to City Market because it would put a lot of visitors right at the doorstep of City Market. Visitors, even more than residents, tend to eat out a lot. they'll want to find something unique to do in Raleigh, and they'll be right there at City Market. So it'd probably be a great shot in the arm for the retailers and restaurants in City Market. The creative space is a unique blend. They are proposing to relocate the Norwood House to free up some land on the frontage of the park. We have had some conversations internally as to whether that would be acceptable to the Parks Department, and we think that we have a way forward where that could happen. One of the things they talked about a lot was that North Pond, who is the retail developer or partner on this development, has been in extended talks with the owner of City Market to try to coordinate a leasing strategy with them. They seem to be optimistic that that could happen. Obviously, that's somewhat speculative, but it is a point in the favor of this, and that we thought that the combination, as they explained it to us, of how a co-working and a space and a hotel could be synergistic uses with the new mobile workforce was a very interesting concept. The last one I'll do again is only for City Market South, and this was a partnership between Monarch, Clearscapes, and Monteith. And then at the interview, they added Raleigh Area Land Trust as a partner. And what they originally proposed was 200 for sale micro units that was amended to be a mix of for sale and rental units. There'd be 188 micro units, 12 somewhat larger live work units. These micro units would be about 320 square feet. And of course, 200 units on a 0.9 acre site is a quite significant amount of density. It would be alongside Sky House, the densest residential building ever constructed in Raleigh. They also proposed a reuse for the Esso station, and their retail strategy was to use containers or food trucks along the ground floor in lieu of traditional retail space, so there could be constant changeover of entrepreneurial concepts. Originally, their proposal had no affordable housing approach that was amended at the time of the interview with the addition of route to include price controls on the units. They were assuming no subsidy from the city at all for this. The for sale units would target 80% of AMI, and they would do a share of rental units that, even without subsidy, was very, very close to what the 60% AMI would be for a studio apartment. We did have some subsequent talks with them as if there was some city gap financing available, those targets could be lowered yet further still. So the distinguishing features, the micro units, they propose essentially no parking space for the residential uses, some parking for the live work, more oriented towards customers and the residents. That's how they're able to get the density. So it's very small units, no parking spaces. They do have some very creative historical references throughout it and a very creative approach to the retail and food uses using containers and trucks. As I said, what we learned in the interview, the proposal was physically the same as what they submitted, but they were proposing affordability controls. And it was an intriguing option because they were able to do it without subsidy. So the question in front of staff, having interviewed these four firms, was who best met the 6 evaluation criteria that we published in the RFP. So the first one was the qualifications and track record of the development team. So all the interview teams have a strong track record of delivering projects of comparable scale and complexity. We thought that Banner and HM took the fewest risks with their proposal, but Loden's proposal set the loftiest goals. So there was a balance, sort of a trade-off between the level of risk we might be assuming in this choice and what the upside would be from that, which is often the case in the development world. The quality and quantity of affordable housing, all of the teams included a substantial affordable housing component. I just want to say that if you took the market rate components out of these projects and just looked at the affordable units and divided them by the amount of land area the city is selling, it's denser than a typical 100% affordable housing project would be. Like a typical affordable housing project like say Washington Terrace is about 22 to 24 units per acre. This works out to about 40 some units per acre of just the affordable, even without the market rate. So staff felt these were very credible and compelling numbers of affordable units that people were proposing. Loden and Monarch used different approaches, but they were the two that had the highest affordable yields. We did some internal sort of guesstimates of the valuation. As part of the interview follow-up, we asked people for a good faith estimate of the land value that would be produced by the market rate components of their development, assuming that the affordable components would write down the land value. Those estimates ranged from $17 to $25 million, with Loden proposing the highest land value supported by their market rate components. In terms of the creation of demand for retail, including City Market, the committee felt that Loudoun's proposed hotel provided the strongest market support for City Market, followed by Monarch's because of just the sheer number of units. And we were intrigued by the potential relationship between North Pond and the owner of City Market. In terms of the activation of Moore Square Park, all of the proposals included ground floor retail fronting the park. Loudoun seemed to have the most developed tenanting strategy for their retail. Monarch's proposal had an interesting focus on food startups. And then design quality, H&M's proposal probably had the most kind of attractive architectural renderings of all of them, but we felt that Loudoun Monarch's proposals really related well to City Market and included some creative touches for that site in particular. So our staff recommendation is to award both sites to the teams led by Loudoun. The committee felt the proposals most closely implemented the RFP evaluation criteria that had the best prospects for activating City Market to its fullest potential, provided a permanent home for Raleigh Rescue Mission, which given the age of their current facility seems like a true community benefit, given the critical role they serve in serving the unhoused population in downtown Raleigh. We do recognize that the aspirational elements of their proposal will add some risk and complexity to this transaction, and also that the agreement has to be based on the zoning that's in place on the site today. So the next steps would be to authorize staff to begin negotiations with the selected teams and to expect about a 9 to 12-month negotiation period before returning to council for final approval of an agreement. There is the possibility of 2 tracks for the 2 sites where you could, since they had separate proposals for City Market South, or sorry, Moore Square East and Moore Square South. The Moore Square South has much fewer complexities that could potentially be closed first, but I think staff wants to get into the negotiations a little further before making a recommendation on that. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Councilmember Cox.
So with your recommendations, how many affordable units will be produced?
So the proposal from Loudoun was for 160 minimum.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, do we have a motion to approve staff's recommendation? Councilmember Branch?
Go ahead, you had a comment, I think.
Yeah, my comment is that we've taken less than 20 minutes to review all this material, which was a substantial amount of material. And if I was continuing on council, I would want more time to review this material before making a decision. So I personally would not be in favor of voting on this today. I would look forward to the new council taking a look at this in more detail.
Councilmember Branch?
So I was going to say, first of all, thank you for the work and everything you've done. If you look at the timeline and everything we've done, you know, from 2013 when the city looked to purchase land, nothing happened till 2021. And I think it's good that when I say nothing happened, as far as the council giving actual direction to move forward with something. So I like what I've seen. I know early on you presented some information, so we knew who these potential developers of this housing could be. The fact that Raleigh Rescue Mission is going to stay on site, and I don't see that happening with any other proposal. The fact that a grocery store is looking to be added, which is something that is deeply needed in downtown area and on this side of downtown. With those factors and all the other information that I received, I move forward and wish to approve the recommendation of staff to move forward, knowing that this is still going to come back to us again before any final things are done.
We're authorizing them to begin negotiations.
Correct.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
So 6-1.
Thank you.
And
Thank you very much for your hard work on this.
thank you. And lastly, to council members Knight, Buffkin, Cox, and Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, thank you for your dedicated service over the last couple years, it's been extremely difficult with all of the social issues and all of the concerns that have been raised in our community. It has truly been my honor and privilege to serve along with you, and I wish you all the best in the next avenue of life that you take. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes my report, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the Downtown Raleigh Alliance.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Bill King with the Downtown Raleigh Alliance. So as part of our annual check-in as municipal service district provider, I'm going to give you a quick update on how we're providing those services, and then also a brief review of where downtown is economically. Happy to take any questions. So as a reminder, the municipal service district is a portion of downtown. It's in the red boundary here. It's a property assessment that is paid by property owners within this district, and it funds these 4 core areas of service, which you all selected in 2020, in safety, economic development, marketing and communications, and conflict resolution. So as a part of our work, what we've done is really oriented our work through 4 external-facing strategic goals. And so I'm going to walk through the work in the strategic goal buckets, but you'll see how it relates to those municipal service district services. And one thing to note is that every year, as part of our contract, but also as part of our work in community engagement, we do a lot of engagement with the community on what they'd like to see in these services. So, for example, we do an annual survey every spring. We had over 1,000 responses to that survey. We also do multiple community stakeholder meetings, general meetings each year, and then we do specific meetings on certain topics and issues. So a good example would be the social district, which we did specific targeted meetings on. But we do a lot of input. So you can see on this chart some of the areas where people were most interested in us focusing our attention. So obviously social services outreach to our unhoused population, storefront and retail recruitment, advocacy for improved public spaces, improved public transit, and outdoor live music performances were just some of the things that were surfaced in that survey result. The survey was quite extensive, so we got a lot more input as well, but I just want to give you an example of some of the input we take in throughout the year to make sure we're aligned with the community's needs. So our first goal is very straightforward. We really want to improve our storefront economy. Obviously, we've been through a lot between the last few years, and so I want to highlight a few areas that we've been working in here. Our team has upgraded our storefront upfit grant. It's a program we started years ago, but in the past year, we've really been able to elevate. We awarded 9 storefront grants in the previous fiscal year. That's $70,000 awarded. We also had, as a part of that, $10,000 in additional grants are awarded to minority and women-owned businesses. So if you're a minority and women-owned business and you apply for that grant, you're eligible for a booster grant that we provide to try to improve and increase diversity among our storefront business ownership. We also expanded this grant to include more uses in areas of need, such as the core of downtown. So this is normally a retail grant, but in the core of downtown, restaurants and services are able to apply. We also do have recruitment, so we've done retail recruitment for many years. As you all know, we worked years ago on recruiting grocery stores to downtown. We'd be excited to do that again. And we've had over 80 storefront businesses open since the start of 2021. It's a net gain of 55 new storefront businesses. So obviously we had a very difficult 2020, but the last 2 years we've seen some good momentum on the storefront level, which is great. We also do promotions and marketing campaigns. First Friday is probably our most famous one. We just did Restaurant Week in October. We've done Sandwich Week to help our lunch businesses. We're getting ready to do our retail campaign, which I'll show you in a minute. And we also did a lot of work this year on employee appreciation to try to get office workers back into downtown. And then we also purchase a lot of advertising on behalf of our businesses. Some of what you can see as well in our economic development work. We have, of course, our State of Downtown report, which is extensive. We featured over 200 businesses on our social media, which now has a massive reach of over 200,000 followers, over 300 businesses in our promotions, and we do quarterly small business workshops. Coming up, we are rolling this out over the next week. We're doing our holiday retail promotion, and so we've got a comprehensive website, directs you to all of our downtown Raleigh shops. We went with sort of a vintage vibe in our posters. We'll have maps across downtown. We're doing a storefront decorating contest. We have a social media campaign. We've purchased quite a few ads, and we will be leveraging the Sip and Stroll district. So very excited about that. With 90% of our stores locally owned, we really ask people to come shop downtown and support local businesses. Second goal is use this as an opportunity to rethink how downtown looks, make it a place for everyone that better reflects our community. So as you guys know, we don't have to go back to 2019. There's things we've learned that have been really helpful and productive. We also want to make sure downtown is more diverse and reflective of our community. So I'm going to highlight a couple of projects here. Our pop-up shops at Martin Street has been a tremendous success. This is our pop-up space for minority and women-owned retailers. It is right next to the Mecca on Martin Street. We have already graduated multiple retailers to permanent spaces just in a year of doing this program. So we've had 2 storefront businesses in downtown Raleigh open out of this program, and then also a business at Crabtree Valley Mall. We're really proud of this program. Of course, our partners at Wake Tech provide the mentorship, we provide the space, and it's been a great way to improve opportunities for storefront businesses in downtown Raleigh. And then, of course, we continue work on our Raleigh Main Street program in the restaurant spaces on Fayetteville Street with our partners at Raleigh Founded and Hub Kitchens. So we're continuing to make progress on this as well. I'll also just note we are very excited and thankful to city staff for all their work on permanently allowing outdoor dining streeteries and also funding that and being able to build some of those streeteries. So a big thank you to the Special Events, Emergency Services, and Hospitality Office for all their work on that, as well as their work on social districts. Sip and Stroll has been a good success for downtown. So thank you all for your quick work on that. And I believe we were the first city in the Triangle to get that done. So I hope they hear that out west in the Triangle. We were the first city to get it done, so I'm very proud of that. And it's been a great success for us. So thank you all for that. These are some of the creative ideas we're taking from the pandemic and being able to implement in downtown. Our third goal is really to make downtown an engaging and fun place to be, and we've got a lot of good events going on. So we've done our successful Jazz in the Square in Moore Square. We've partnered with the great staff at Moore Square to do also cinema in the square. We've done Dine Out Downtown, First Friday, Illuminate, and Outdoor Office. So we have a lot of events going on. We do events every single week from the beginning of April until basically Christmas. So we have a very busy events team. One of the things we did new this year was, as part of our return to work strategy, we did employee welcome back week. So we did food and games and things like that in the plaza. Out of that work, we continued doing weekly mini markets and music all the way until the end of October, with the exception of the very peak of summer. To be honest with you, City Plaza is tough to program in the middle of the summer because of the heat on that plaza. So that was a good success. Obviously, we're going to keep working on trying to find ways to get employees back into downtown. But overall, we've had a good year on events. 78,000 people attended our events in the previous fiscal year and 133 days of activations. We also did over a dozen public art pieces, and a new mural is on the way in Glenwood South that we're very excited about as well. So that'll be debuting in the next few weeks. One thing I do want to note while I'm on this, we are bringing back Illuminate, our art walk for the holiday season, and our signature piece will be Sonic Runway. This is an international traveling piece. It's been all over the world. It's a 342-foot interactive light tunnel. It responds to music. It'll be part of 10 other installations across downtown. So this is coming here, and it will be really, really cool. It's the biggest installation we've ever had. It's so big. It was slightly challenging to find a spot, so huge thank you to the Assistant City Manager, Evan Raleigh, and Michael Moore for helping us figure out how to locate this in downtown. So
Where is that going?
Salisbury Street. So it'll be in front of the Raleigh Convention Center. Very close to the tree and the ice rink. So that will open December 2nd. So we're really, really excited about that. And then, of course, the tree lighting will be this Friday night. It'll air live on ABC 11, and we also will do the downtown menorah lighting. I believe that'll be December 18th. Final goal is on safety and social services. We've done a lot of work here to make sure that our safety and security in downtown is improved. We've been able to increase our ambassador staff from 12 to 16 ambassadors. We've also held 2 resource fairs. We held one in April and another in October. So that's been a really nice, successful program. As you can see, we're able to do a lot of wellness checks and referrals for needs and services through our 2 social service ambassadors. So we also added a social service ambassador thanks to your support. So this has been a great program for us, and we've really been able to increase our presence on the street. Project Reach Out was a good success as well. We did that in Moore Square a couple weeks ago, and again earlier this year to help connect people in need with services. I also will just highlight briefly, we've been working closely with city staff to identify and address some other needs in our downtown core. This has been what we've labeled our back to basics work. This is really work around cleanliness, safety, trash cans, broken infrastructure, and accessibility. So this is areas where, if we can find opportunities to, fix broken tree wells, fix lights that are out, find some solutions to long lingering issues around trash cans that really are a product of the way the city was planned hundreds of years ago. So there's some opportunities here to really make downtown look and feel better. It's an important part of the visitor experience, and there's a lot of good opportunities. I want to give a big thank you to the city manager's office, who've been very supportive of this and extremely helpful and fast in response. So thank you for this. A lot more work to come on this, but we're excited to do this as part of our work as well. And then, of course, we do, as part of our contract with you, again, community meetings and problem solving. The social district's a good example of that work we did. I'll conclude on a couple of slides here on how we're doing economically. So this was an image from our State of Downtown report. As you guys can see, the construction pipeline for downtown is still tremendous. So we are in the midst of a $6.7 billion construction pipeline, of which only a portion has been built. So there's a lot going under construction and in site preparation. What that means if we finally build out all of that pipeline is we'll be adding a whole lot more people to downtown, which is a good thing, including a lot more residents, which we're really excited about. And our residential demand has been really strong. We're at 95% occupied downtown after adding 3,400 units in the last 7 years. So as you can see, people really want to live down here, but it's also, as you can see, it's important to be able to add other housing choices. So thank you for the work you all are doing on affordable housing in downtown. That's really important. Our food and beverage sales are showing signs of recovery. So in September, our food and beverage sales exceeded food and beverage sales in September of 2019. I will note these numbers are not inflation adjusted, so if you adjust them for inflation, really we're about even with where we were in 2019. So overall, that's a good sign, but as I've mentioned to you all many times, the sales have shifted quite a bit. And so we still have the west versus east, where our sales on the west side of downtown have recovered and exceeded pre-pandemic. Our sales on the core and east side of downtown have not. So Fayetteville Street is still at about 89% of pre-pandemic sales, whereas Glenwood South is 43% above its pre-pandemic sales. So we continue to have that bifurcation. Again, you can see downtown as a whole is in pretty good shape on sales, but that core, this is the Fayetteville Street area, you can see the bar on the far right has not met the bar in 2019. So we still need help, we still need focus, particularly in our core area, which is yet to fully recover over the last couple years. Pedestrian traffic shows a similar story. We're at about where we were pre-pandemic. Again, these orange and green lines here, that's the west side of downtown. The lines towards the bottom of the chart are the middle and east side of downtown. So foot traffic has gotten better, but it has not fully recovered. And so we still need help. That's where you see a lot of attention on what we're doing. So moving forward, this will be my final slide. We have a lot of work going on in all of our different areas and the different areas that you all fund through the Municipal Service District. We are excited for a good holiday season. We've got a lot of good stuff going on. But again, that work that we need to do to make sure downtown feels good and is presentable and is as strong as it can be is important and ongoing. And again, I'd just like to thank all the city staff for all their work on that. It's been really, really helpful, and they've been great partners in this. And I'd also like to thank you all for all of your work as well. So thank you guys so much. And I'd finally like to thank the outgoing council members. Thank you for your service. Really appreciate it. It's been an honor to work with you. And to those of you staying on, we're really excited to work with you, and to those newly elected as well. So thank you all, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
So I don't know if this is a question for you, Bill, or our staff, but I know in economic development and innovation, we approved, and then the council approved the purchase of a large screen TV for events. We talked about shading the plaza, because that is one of the big challenges. And I think we authorized looking at ways we could achieve that goal. Where do we stand on that?
I'm happy to give what I can, and Evan, if you don't mind helping with the rest. So I am pretty sure the large screen TV is here. I got a voicemail asking if it can move into storage while I was in the meeting, so I believe the screen is here. And I think I'm okay to say this, Stephen. Next week on Black Friday, there will be a World Cup watch party at Moore Square, which will be the first event with the TV, if everything works. So very excited about that, and that's an awesome partnership, and we're really excited about. So that is here. Evan, if you don't mind taking the rest of that.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. So to the second part of your question about the other items that came out of the public realm study. So we are continuing to have conversation actually with Bill and DRA engaging around the best use of those funds. So council did authorize expenditure for shade, sound, new sound equipment, and new lighting equipment in City Plaza. We have things in the works on all of those fronts, with the possible exception of a permanent shade solution. But I think we're kind of at a moment where we want to maybe potentially revisit how some of those funds are deployed specifically. So it's a continued work in progress.
Okay, if we could treat this with some sense of urgency, we're trying to get people back downtown, and, you know, that's part of the whole solution. So, thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you, Bill. Thank you for all your work and your partnership.
Thank you.
Next, we have the report and recommendation of the Hillsborough Street Community Services Corporation.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Jeff Murison, CEO of the Hillsborough Street Community Service Corporation. Thank you for the opportunity to give you an update on our activities in between 2001 and 2002. During that time, we focused primarily on pandemic response and rebuilding, placemaking and the arts, return to person events, business and economic development support, and we enhanced and took our cleaning and safety program to the next level. Thanks to the City Department of Transportation, we took over responsibility for the landscaping maintenance of the roundabouts. Hopefully you've seen the improvements that we've built on the city's base. We're now doing weed and leaf removal, replacing plants that have died or been injured by traffic issues. We mulch and invest in flowers and plants seasonally to make the corridor look its best. In fact, to keep that going, we've engaged with the NC State School of Agriculture and Horticulture program. They're designing a universal streetscape planting plan for us, utilizing native plants and seasonal color to make it look its best. So in the spring for May and graduation, it looks its best. In the fall for students returning and homecoming, it looks its best. You can see some of the results. Hopefully you've seen the impact. The response from the community has been fantastic so far. In addition, thanks to the city and our partners at the Economic Development Office, with 2 impact partner grants, we were able to add 2 murals. Our signature Welcome to Hillsborough Street mural really is an anchor to the community. And then building off of the city's investment in the rain garden, we've partnered with the city to both add the art as well as enhance the landscaping within it, so that and continue to make it functional throughout the year. And that's really taken it to the next level, and so we really appreciate those partnerships with the city. On economic development, of course, we continue to track food and beverage sales. You can see, obviously, the red columns are this year. Black is the 3-year average before the pandemic, and red was the high before pandemic. So obviously at the beginning of the year, we saw some great improvement. We've really settled into a very consistent level of food and beverage sales along the corridor. What we're particularly pleased with is the elimination of the summer dip, right? So the students leave during the summer. That's always caused the dip. Through a new program that we did this summer, we created what was called the $4 Food Walk. It was a reoccurring Wednesday program designed to get people out to experience the street with scavenger hunt and food options throughout the summer, and that seems to have helped. And so we're continuing to see strong food and beverage sales. Our pedestrian foot traffic has obviously recovered from the pandemic and is off to a good start this year. Of course, the backbone of our programming is our Clean and Safe program. They pick up thousands of pounds of trash, engage, remove graffiti, engage with the public, and make the street look its best throughout the year. We're really proud of the program, the staff. All 4 of our team members have been with us for more than 5 years. We just added a 5th ambassador and elevated one of our existing ambassadors, Juan, to be our social services focused ambassador. And so that's taking that program to new levels. And with that, I just want to thank our partners with the city and the university, and our board members who all volunteer their time. I want to thank our outgoing counselors and our relationship with all of the city departments that help us be successful every day. And of course, our team, the professionals that do the work every day and make our street successful. With that, I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Any questions for Jeff? No? Great work. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay. Next is the report and recommendation of the City of Arts Commission. City of Raleigh Arts Commission, sorry.
Good afternoon. I'm David Clegg, Chairman of the Arts Commission, and pleased to remind us that in a growing community, the growth of the arts is endemic, and we clearly now in the city have a community of artists. We have a artistic culture in this community, and we are proud on the Arts Commission to be helping to shepherd that. Of course, the Arts Commission was created in 1977, celebrating its 45th anniversary, is still a source of pride that the Raleigh Arts Commission was the first Arts Commission established in the state of North Carolina. Several weeks ago, I had the opportunity to come and visit with you about the grant program and the over $2 million that was awarded to 40 groups in this city who are taking that creative culture to all parts of our city. Since the last time I had a chance to be with you, the LEAD conference, which was conducted here in connection with the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts, brought over 1,000 people to this city to talk about the learning exchange of art and disability, and to take those folks from around the world, across this city, into our institutions and into our neighborhoods, and to explore how art, disability, growth all come together and make sure that art is inclusive, not only in the city but in this world. We continue to celebrate the opening of the Pullen Arts Center, which clearly is the finest arts center that is not on an academic campus in this country. It is remarkable to see the level of art in pottery, in enameling that comes from that center that most people in most cities don't have an opportunity to even dabble in it, let alone produce it at the level of professional expertise you see now. Also, Sertoma Center is remarkable. If you want to see one of the most inspiring walls of art anywhere, go look at those walls, look at that remarkable work those folks are doing. What brings us here today is the Public Art Strategic Plan, which continues to evolve from what began in this room in 2009 with the creation of the Public Art and Design Board, and also the development of the public art policy, which brought us here today, which began the 0.5% for art municipal projects, moved us forward with the Public Art Master Plan, which was adopted in 2016, increasing that amount to 1% of municipal construction. Also put a focus on public art as a visionary decision that with the growth that was being strategically planned, that art would play a remarkable and seminal role in creating the environment that would allow for this growth and that would also express it. And so that 2016 plan put in motion a commitment to public art. Art is a component of public life, of daily public life in all parts of this city, across this city, with mentorship, with public art, with citizen-initiated art, with art in surprising places and art in surprising forms. The 2020 strategic plan update, you asked specifically to develop a public art strategic plan that focused upon the expansion of art, the celebration and fostering of local artists, the concepts of mentorship, and as I told you when we were here with the grants, we heard you. And we have undertaken a public art strategic plan process that has been remarkably and invigoratingly collaborative. And it has brought together, as you will hear, folks from all walks of life. Believe me, it was not the usual suspects. It was a full range of participation from this community to talk about what is a new sense of belonging in this growing place, what is creativity, is innovation to be exposed and forwarded in a creative placemaking, and that is exactly what we're doing. We are so fortunate to have a Public Art and Design Board as a component of Raleigh Arts and the Arts Commission to bring forth a professional, grounded, and very specific look at how art expresses itself in this city. And I would be remiss if I did not mention another wonderful experience that has just occurred within Raleigh Arts, and that is the Raleigh Medal of Arts. Of course, we are now in a new rubric for the Medal of Arts. The folks who we are looking to award the medal to, it is not a Lifetime Achievement Award. It is an award for achievement at this moment as we grow the art and move it forward. And one of those individuals who won one of those medals is the chairman of the Public Art and Design Board. So please welcome Linda Dallas.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Before I speak today, because I am a proud St. Augustine's Falcon, I have to point out how much I love the image that's on the screen right now, and to offer a little bit of explanation of what that is. That is an image of the St. Agnes Hospital, and projected onto the surface of the hospital building shell are images of people who were born in St. Agnes Hospital. So I have to just say that. My Falcon pride won't let me move forward without saying that.
And I have to say, it was amazing.
Thank you. I'm here today to share some of my thoughts about the public art plan that you're about to learn about before you get the actual presentation, an overview of the plan. This plan, I think, will truly help the staff, the Art Commission, and the Public Art and Design Board do what it absolutely loves to do, and that is plan and implement public art projects. The plan provides guidelines for creating a robust public art plan for the city, and that includes fellowships, it includes partnerships with city departments, it includes partnerships with artists, nonprofit organizations, and private supporters. It expands our public engagement, I think something that we've been historically strong on, but it expands that, and it really gives us new strategies that will ensure that we hear the voices of the citizen of Raleigh. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Todd so that you can get an overview of the plan. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Good afternoon, everyone here from Raleigh and who's watching at home on their computers. I'm Todd Bressi, and I'm a public art consultant from Philadelphia. And it's been my honor, privilege to work with your team for about a year and a half to develop the strategic plan that's in front of you for your consideration today. As was said, the Raleigh's Public Art Program was created more than a decade ago with the traditional percent for art model. Currently, 1% of expenditures of eligible capital projects is dedicated to public art. Over the years, public art's become an increasingly familiar and welcomed sight around the city. And just as important, Raleigh's Public Art Program has stretched beyond the constraints of this traditional approach to public art, consistently exploring innovative approaches and partnerships that help meet the evolving needs of the community, such as this performance project that you're looking at, exploring community health issues in a time of great health crisis, which was part of the SEEK temporary public art program. In addition to permanent and temporary artworks, the program has worked innovatively with other approaches, such as partnerships with other city agencies, artist residencies, and community-initiated projects. One of the key deliverables of this plan was to provide protocols for these approaches so that communities and potential partners can understand more easily how to collaborate with the program. First question I asked when I was invited to work here was, why are you doing this plan now? Remember what March 2020 was like? This plan was launched because the public art program has consistently received strong signals of support from the public and from council. Various city plans have recommended that the program build a stronger foundation and reposition itself to address a wider range of opportunities and expectations from the community. Also, the program was responding to growth in the CIP, which was increasing the volume of work that it was doing. The planning process largely took place during the COVID crisis. Nevertheless, it involved comprehensive outreach in a variety of ways, both by our consulting team and by the city's public art staff, or the Raleigh Arts staff. More than 1,000 people participated in one way or another. The early stages of the project stressed broad outreach with a variety of stakeholders, including a stakeholder advisory committee. The completion of the plan has been guided strongly by the leadership of the Public Art and Design Board. And along the way, we commissioned Raleigh artist Andre Leon Gray as our artist in residence to demonstrate how creative mapping can create a new view of public art priorities. And you'll see his work in just a moment. We also conducted extensive background research, including immersion into the city's plans and investigation of public art approaches in peer cities. This especially informed recommendations about the project approaches I showed you a moment ago and our recommendations about equity. Now, this is not a plan with dots and a map. Rather, it's a strategic plan, a roadmap for how the public art staff, the Public Art and Design Board, and the Commission for the Arts can take the public art program in Raleigh to a new level. The core of the plan's deliverable is nearly 100 actions that the program can take to work towards 6 key goals. Most of these actions the programs can implement on its own without further approvals. Others are cross-referenced as recommendations for future changes to the city's public art ordinance, its public art policy, and its cultural plan. The plan also includes a number of tools for implementing the plan's recommendations. These are detailed protocols, checklists, and criteria for the staff and the Public Art and Design Board to use to follow in implementing projects and working with other city agencies. The plan also looks outward at how the public art program can work most impactfully with other city agencies, with community partners, and with arts organizations to leverage its resources and to expand its reach. And it also looks forward at how the public art program can grow over time to take advantage of new opportunities and meet the expectations it's been asked to meet by the public and by the previous planning efforts I mentioned a moment ago. And here's the vision, what the plan and what public art in Raleigh is all about. To harness the creativity and the vision of public art to the greater public good. To connect Raleigh's diverse communities to each other, and to engage people everywhere in the work of building a welcoming, equitable, and sustainable city. As I said, this is a strategic plan. Its recommendations are focused on 6 main goals, each of which I will touch on briefly. Goal 1 discusses the importance of nurturing Raleigh's public art ecosystem. That means everyone who creates, produces, and supports public art, and especially artists. This is key to accelerating the impact of the resources that the city has for public art and for making public art investments more equitable. Goal 2 focuses on how the public art program can make stronger connections with the community. This is important to making sure public art authentically represents the creative voice of the city, its culture, its history, its ambitions. It outlines recommendations for involving people in public art processes from the time projects are being planned until long after they are completed. Goal 3 considers the relationship between city government and the public art program beyond simply managing percent for art projects related to capital investments. The plan outlines strategies to expand and strengthen partnerships, to incorporate public art recommendations into other city plans, and to encourage public art and private development throughout the city. Goal 4 focuses on how the public art program can support the city's overall equity vision, as well as the equity vision that was expressed in Raleigh's cultural plan and expressed to us by the program's stakeholders. Now, recommendations about equity are woven throughout the plan, but they merit a special focus as well. And there's a strong emphasis on how resources should be allocated and who should participate in decision-making. There are recommendations about inclusion for the disabled community. Goal 5 focuses on the program's capacity to take advantage of the opportunities in front of it and to do work that resonates with the increased expectations that these other goals bring. This is partly about staffing levels, and it is also about internal planning and project management tools. Finally, Goal 6 looks forward to how the program can secure more resources to fully realize the community's aspirations for public art. This is partly about the amount of resources and partly about the flexibility with which its resources can be used. The plan suggests ideas to be considered in the future about building on the percent for art approach to deliver a wider range of outcomes to the community. This is definitely not a plan that's going to sit still. While it confirms many of the directions that Raleigh's public art program has been exploring, ultimately it seeks to redefine the program's relationships to communities, artists, and place. It's a plan that will involve embedding the public art program more deeply in all of the work that the city does, and strengthening the networks of artists, organizations, and communities that are involved with public art. It's a plan that outlines how the resources that Raleigh Arts has now can be used best, and where more resources and more flexible resources are necessary, not because it's nice to have more public art, but because that's what it will take to create public art that has the impact the community would like to see, and to be part of Raleigh's process of addressing its historical inequities. Finally, and this is Andre's work, while the plan doesn't specifically indicate where new public art projects should go, it does propose ideas about how to find places for new projects. The plan explains that there are new and creative ways to look at a city, related to how the city's culture, its history, its environment, its sustaining infrastructure are understood and experienced. These ways of looking at a city can be thought of as a series of maps that can identify new possibilities for public art to connect to these foundational ideas about the city and to people's experience of everyday life. This map, by Andre Leon Jones, explores the stories of people who are significant to Raleigh's Black history, and which can provide the seeds for new public art projects distributed throughout the city in a new way. Thank you again for inviting me to your community and for the opportunity to work with you. It's been a privilege and a pleasure. And I'd like to turn it over now to Sarah Powers, the Executive Director of Raleigh Arts, to talk about what happens next. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Hi, just a quick moment to just address any questions you have about implementation. This is an ambitious plan, but a lot of the tools and planning resources we will be able to put in place. There's a small team, so it might take quite a while to get those in place before things are added, but we also wanted to make sure we took a moment to let you know that any of the ordinance changes or public art policy changes would have to come back to this body for approval. So. And I'd like to bring David back up to make the recommendation.
Yes, as you can tell, there's been a great deal of work done. It's exciting work, and it is reflective of this moment in Raleigh. You know, art is about creativity, it's about challenge, but more importantly, it is about boldness, it is about courage, and it's a belief in the importance of insight. And I think this plan will move us to that goal in new and exciting ways. And so the Raleigh Arts Commission and the Public Art and Design Board wholeheartedly recommend adoption of this strategic plan, and we hope you will take that action immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Branch?
Just briefly, I like the presentation, what you're doing. Please work closely with our Parks Department as the Parks Bond passed and is implementing projects across the entire city. I think that's a good initial step in introducing art on city land throughout.
Any other questions? Okay. Councilmember Buffkin?
Thank you, Mr. Branch, for raising that. And Mr. Clegg mentioned the Sertoma Arts Center, which will be renovated and improved under our recently passed Parks Bond. So it's an exciting time. I just wanted to say on a personal note, thank you for your service to our city. Ms. Dallas, I don't know where she went, but thank you for your service to our city. It's been my honor to be the liaison to the Arts Commission for these past couple years, and appreciate the relationship we have. So I will move to adopt the Public Art Strategic Plan.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that's unanimous, Clerk. Thank you. Thank you for your work. All right, next we have the report and recommendation of the Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am Gary Claiborne. I am Capital Projects Manager with Raleigh Parks. I am here today to present two separate agenda items, both on the Devereaux Meadow project. The first item we have up is the park renaming. I am here today with Mrs. Beverly Clark, Chair of the Parks, Recreation, Greenway Advisory Board, who will be providing the recommendation at the end of this presentation. So first off, I just want to give some details on our engagement and renaming process. In May 2021, park staff and the project design team presented a concept plan alternatives in a virtual open house forum that was followed by a survey. During this process, we heard from several members of the public that were concerned about the project name and its association with the 1800s Devereaux family that were plantation owners and enslavers. Following the February open house earlier this year, city staff released a survey on the draft concept plan that included a question asking for new name suggestions for the park. With that survey, we received around 15 unique names. This past June, we initiated the renaming process with the Parks Board. The Parks Board initially voted on a single name suggestion of Pigeon House Branch Park, but park staff discovered immediately afterwards that there were some previously unknown references to Pigeon House being associated with a former plantation name as well. So in July, Parks Board voted on a new name shortlist, which I will detail in the next slide. In August and September, we released a public survey on the three shortlisted names. And then in September, Park staff presented the results of that survey, which I will again detail in a few slides. Then Parks Board in October approved the new name for referral to City Council. So based on July meeting, the Parks Board had a short list of 3 names: Gateway Park, Robertson Greenberg Park, Smoky Hollow Park, and again, those 3 names were released in a public survey in August and into early September. Just an overview of the 3 shortlisted park names. Gateway Park, that name really came about in part because the site is a highly visible feature along Capitol Boulevard, and that in the 2012 Capitol Boulevard study, which was one of the first mentions of converting this site over to a park, it is mentioned that this site is a significant and very deliberate gateway element into downtown. The second recommended name was the Robertson Greenberg Park. Both Jackie Robertson and Hank Greenberg were professional athletes that played baseball at one time at the former Devereaux Meadow Stadium. Greenberg is a Jewish athlete who played for 1 year with the Raleigh Capitals, and in 1947, Robertson became the first African-American major league player, and he, in October of 1950, there was an exhibition game at the Devereaux Meadow Stadium, of which he participated. Smoky Hollow Park, this was a neighborhood that was initially established in the late 1800s and into the 1900s. Originally developed as housing for mill and railroad workers. It was an interracial working class neighborhood. It is understood that the name Smoky probably came from the fact that the smoke were emitted by the mills and the train engines. And then in the 1950s, the Smoky Hollow residents were forcibly displaced and their homes demolished. So here are the results of the public survey that we had out. There's a lot of numbers right here, but in total we had almost 1,400 respondents to this. This was a ranked order survey in that participants in the survey were given the ability to choose 1, 2, or 3 of the names and then rank them in order of preference. Essentially look at the numbers to the right there, the ranking numbers. The closer the rank is to 1, the more that that particular name was chosen and the more that it was higher ranked within the priorities of the respondents. So with that, I will hand it over to Mrs. Beverly Clark for her recommendation on the name of Smoky Hollow Park.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. I'm Beverly Clark, currently serving as Chair of the Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board. And as Mr. Claiborne has stated, I'm here to share with you our recommendation. However, before I do that, I want to thank you for putting the $275 million Parks Bond on the ballot. And I want to thank the citizens of Raleigh for their recognition of the importance of parks and greenways in our community. The City of Raleigh has an extraordinarily strong Parks, Recreation, Greenway, and Cultural Resources Department. The breadth and depth of the offerings is truly amazing. There are programs, camps, recreational, cultural, historic forms of engagement for everyone from infants to senior citizens. The bond will allow the city to renovate and expand historic parks such as Method Road, build new facilities across the city, and will enable even more citizens to participate in the active lifestyle that enhance our physical and mental health. Passage of this bond is truly a monumental event for which we are all thankful. Regarding the naming of the park, formerly known as Devereaux, the Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board unanimously voted to name it the Smoky Hollow Park. We did not reach this name quickly or easily. We initially approved the name Pigeon House Branch Park in recognition of the primary attribute of the park, the Pigeon House Branch Creek, which travels along the western edge of the park. But acknowledging the mouthful of that name and other concerns that had been noted, we then put 3 names out for the public survey. As we learn the important history of the neighborhood of Smoky Hollow, shared by Octavia Rainey at one of our meetings, as well as the fact that it was the top vote getter in the survey, So as a result of that lengthy process, on behalf of the Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board, we recommend the name Smoky Hollow. Thank you.
So I have some questions for, I think, is Stephen here? So I'm just going to say that I've gotten some very negative response about the name Smoky Hollow. Unfortunately, people do not understand the history, and they think that we are naming it after the Smoky Hollow development next door. My question is this. If we were to consider Gateway Center as an option, and I want to get into this a little more because I want to see if this was part of your discussion. If we were to consider Gateway as an option, could we incorporate the history of Smoky Hollow into the park? Could we incorporate the history of the ballpark in there? My favorite player, Carl Yastrzemski, played there back in the day. And could we incorporate, too, the history of Devereaux Meadows? I mean, some of the history is ugly, but it's history. And I'm just wondering how we could do that and if that could be an option and if that's something you all discussed.
Yeah, the board did briefly discuss that the neighboring adjacent development is already named Smoky Hollow and expressed some concern about the confusion of it. To directly answer your question about the future interpretation of the site, it's our full intent to honor the cultural history of Smoky Hollow, whether it be in the plaza, definitely through interpretive elements or artwork. So that will play into our future design processes in public discussion. So normally we go through a 30% design review, work with artists, work with community members, and formalize those aesthetics as we move forward. So answer your question, yes, that there is an opportunity to honor Smoky Hollow, the rough pass of it, of being called Devereaux Meadows, and other elements, the creek, through the design process.
Okay, Beverly, could I ask you, from a parks perspective, what's from a Parks Board perspective, was this ever a concern that was brought up?
It was, and but the name and the area, and we had a very lengthy presentation from Ms. Rainey about the history and the development, not only of the mill houses and village that lived there, but also what happened afterwards with the clearing of that neighborhood. And we looked at the adjacent property that was brought up in our discussions, but the primary building that faces the park is actually called Peace Apartments. It's not called Smoky Hollow, so that's sort of more tucked in. So we acknowledged that there was that concern, but we felt like it was more compelling to recognize the history of the area across. And we also acknowledged that Smoky Hollow was not located where the park is, but it was directly across Peace Street. So those were the two factors that we looked at as we answered it. So that was our determination.
Okay. Do we have any other questions? Councilmember Branch?
Question, if we were to go with the way the mayor had it, the example she gave of Gateway City with the interpretation.
Gateway Park.
I'm sorry, Gateway City, so Gateway Park. Would that encompass the goal that the board was really trying to put forward?
Well, it's really a hard park to name. We really struggled with it. I mean, it's got a creek that will be opened and should be a logical naming opportunity. But Pigeon House Branch, again, partly because of the name of that was found in the research that it had slave owning connotations, and also just that Pigeon House Branch doesn't exactly roll off your tongue. It's not like Crabtree. It's not like, and so, and one of the first names that we looked at was Capitol Park, and we felt pretty strongly that that was very confusing because the Capitol is not located right there. The Capitol building is 6 blocks further and over. So we ruled that out, so we'd like to do the creek. The ballpark is no longer there. It has history. So we looked at that. That didn't really, the connections were tangential. So it was, yes, as Mr. Bentley has said, they're clearly the history, no matter what the name of the park, the history will be incorporated. So,
Okay.
hope that
No,
answers.
that's helpful. This kind of, I think, is one of the reasons why our school systems no longer name schools after people or areas, because of this very reason. How do you pick a name? So that feedback for me was helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Buffkin?
Thank you, Mayor. As the liaison to the Parks Board and seeing the process they went through to reach a unanimous recommendation, I would be ready at the appropriate time to move approval of the authorization of the renaming to Smoky Hollow.
Councilmember Cox?
Yeah, I'm concerned that when you don't use a name, you quickly lose and forget the history that was there. And, I understand the buildings across the street have a big sign that says Smoky Hollow, but the name Smoky Hollow was there long before those buildings were. And I think everything we can do to remind people of the history of the area is extremely important. And my understanding is that there is a lot of support in the community and a lot of support in the Black community for naming this Smoky Hollow. So I would support Smoky Hollow.
I second the motion.
So moved.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
I'm just going to say this. I know what the narrative is going to be, and I hope you all kind of thinking about this. I will go along with this, but we have to make sure that we tell the story about why this was named what it was, because people think it was named after the development next door. They don't know. So I'm going to ask staff, when this comes out, we have to be very careful about telling the story and the work that went on behind this. Okay? Thank you. That was unanimous, clerk. We're going to take a break for yes, I think there was a collective sigh of relief. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and please be back shortly. Thank you. The water is coming. Okay, here we go. We have a concept plan for Devereaux Meadow Park before we begin the matter scheduled for public hearing.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and Council. I am here today to present the concept plan for Devereaux Meadow Park. And then, again, Mrs. Beverly Clark from the Parks Board will be here to support the adoption of the concept plan. So before I begin too, in case you all do not know this already, the concept plan report is available on the project website and was submitted as part of this agenda item. So the project scope, essentially the project, we've been working on this since 2017. It's divided into 3 stages. We are pretty much at the point at the end of stage 2 right now, at the end of concept design, and then going into schematic design. The scope of the project for the park includes site remediation, development of a natural and passive park, restoration of Pigeon House Branch, and the first phase of the Pigeon House Branch Greenway Trail. So the concept plan process, what you see before you, is really the public process that we went through. As mentioned in the previous agenda item, our first main public engagement was back in May of 2021 when we had our first virtual open house, and then we conducted a survey on the concept plan alternatives, which was at that time we had 3 alternatives for review. We then had a live open house event in February of this year, again followed by a survey, and this was directly on the concept plan that was a result of the previous public engagement process in 2021. We then initiated the review process with the Parks Board, and we are pretty much where we are right here now with the draft concept plan. In terms of the existing site itself, it's currently a city maintenance facility, 14 acres in size, and really dominated by large amounts of pavement. 2 buildings remain on site, an old service station currently used for storage, and an office building occupied by city staff. The main natural feature, as we mentioned before, is the Pigeon House Branch, which flows on the west side of the site, which is the left side of this particular picture. Pigeon House Branch is important because it does drain a large portion of north downtown and up to the Village District, and as such, it frequently floods. Almost 2/3 of the site is within floodplain. So as mentioned before, we developed 3 concept alternatives back in 2021. Of those, based upon the public input that we received, concept number 3 was the preferred alternative, which really focuses on a realigned Pigeon House Branch stream, a main greenway path flowing north to south, constructed wetlands, and plaza areas along Peace and West Street. So from that, alternative 3, we really developed that more into a draft concept plan, which we then, as mentioned before, presented earlier this year to the public in a virtual open house and survey, continuing to get more comments. From that, we refined the concept plan, which is what you really see before you today and what is fully detailed within the report. As mentioned before, we went with the alternative 3, which really focuses on the restoration, daylighting, and meandering of the Pigeon House Branch stream, which creates different landscapes within the site itself. The vision statement that we developed for the concept plan was that the design offers an escape to nature within the city, a celebration of water in our native plant communities, a diversity of landscape experiences, and interpretive elements that honor the site and the surrounding area's rich history and past. Again, here's a plan view of the concept plan. Again, note the realigned stream that's in the southern part of the site, the variety of pathways, the 2 plaza areas, the constructed wetlands, which are really there for water quality reasons, and the diversity of landscape areas. Again, as detailed in the concept plan report, the cost for development of this full concept plan is around $19 million. Which includes, I didn't mention this before, that we are already funded for the design that we've done to date has been funded from $2 million from the 2014 Parks Bond. So the next step that we have is adoption of the concept plan. We'll then go into schematic design and remediation planning of the site, because a portion of the site does have environmental environmental contamination issues. And then we will go into final design, permitting, remediation, and construction. So just to detail a little bit about the cost of the project itself, this park was part of the recent Parks Bond in the amount of $11.5 million in bond funding. And then we're going to be seeking an additional $2 million of other funding opportunities. This is in addition to the other $2 million that came from the 2014 Parks Bond. With this funding, we seek to implement a phased option for the park. This phase one would achieve several of the main design elements of the concept plan, including site demo and remediation, the realigned and restored Pigeon House Branch, the main greenway path, the constructed wetlands, the landscape berms to buffer Capitol Boulevard, and an open meadow landscape. What you see different from the full concept plan is that we, in the phase one implementation, we're not necessarily developing the two plaza areas, and we aren't developing quite the rich variety and diversity of landscape as we have in the full concept plan. As mentioned, this is the phased option. This would be a phase one implementation based upon the current funding that we have right now. So with this, I would like to invite Mrs. Clark back up to present the board's recommendation for the concept plan.
I will be very brief. The Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board heartily endorses the concept plan as described by Mr. Claiborne. We do note, as he just noted, that the funding provided for the bond does not fully fund the full implementation of this concept plan. And we look forward to working with you to identify the additional needed funding. Thanks so much.
Councilmember Cox.
The biggest complaint I've heard about this project is the lack of parking, and particularly the lack of parking that would provide accessibility to people with disabilities. And I'm wondering, I'm looking at the map. I mean, if you can bring the map back up, I see on the west side there's this gathering place. Is there any opportunity there to be able to provide parking in that gathering place or anywhere else in this property?
So we are at the concept design phase, and so we're still taking like the big picture view at this point. Up until this point, we've kind of taken the point of view is that there probably will not be parking here. Obviously, there are opportunities for particularly accessibility parking. You know, if I were to look at this, I would actually say probably the best area for that would be along Dorch Street, which is along the northern limit of the park, the top of the plan right there.
Mm-hmm.
Possibility there. There's less programmatic elements at that area. The other thing which wasn't mentioned, you can actually see with the dashed line up at the northern part of the site too. The possible future high-speed rail line would actually go over the park as it goes over Capitol Boulevard and connects back to the existing rail alignment to the west of the site. So that would possibly be an area that we could look at to provide accessible parking. There is parking along the street areas as well that we would have to work with other staff within transportation and stuff to possibly see if we could allocate parking specifically for the park. In addition, we also know that Northwest Street will be developed. In fact, one of the rezoning cases presented earlier today is for a development along the southwest corner of this. And we would like to work with future developers that may be putting in parking garages and stuff for them to be able to provide parking spaces within their development that would be dedicated to park users.
Yeah, well, that's far different than, I mean, I like the idea at the northern end of having some sort of a parking accommodation there, particularly for people with disabilities. And since that's not in the concept plan, I won't vote in favor of this at this time.
Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of council, I'm really excited about this. This is the most complicated park project I have encountered in now 9 years of service to our city. The environmental concerns are unique and complex, and appreciate the careful attention and consideration that's gone into it. Mr. Cox, I hear your concerns. I think those are valid concerns. What I'd say to that is at this concept plan stage, I've always thought of and talked about a concept plan as a cartoon version of the plan. It shows you what's in there, but it's not the kind of thing that an engineer could use to build anything. It's not anything a builder could use. So I'm confident our Parks Board will pay close attention to that as the plans come into better focus, and I'm ready to move approval of the concept plan at the appropriate time.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, too, I'm glad to hear you talk about public-private partnerships, because I think that's one of the things that's key. There's parking available right now across the street at Peace, and, you know, making some spots available for ADA purposes, I think would be beneficial. So if you will keep that in mind as you continue these public-private partnerships, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
I move to adopt the concept plan for, pardon me, strike that.
You did raise an issue that has been a concern of mine about the site ongoing for some period of time. So I would like to know, how will we get updates as it relates to the environmental concerns on the site?
I'll take the parking comment first. So when we redesigned Moore Square, one of the things we did is we worked with our Raleigh Transportation Department, and we put ADA accessible spaces along the edges. That wasn't in the concept plan. Matter of fact, it didn't make it in the final design. It was pointed out by our parking staff. You need ADA parking. So we would make that commitment moving forward. From the environmental concern is that we will update the park board at 30%, which means the council will get an update and updated cost estimates, so you can see the investments versus park and remediation.
Thank you.
Now we're ready.
Now ready.
I move to adopt the concept plan for now Smoky Hollow Park.
Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Stewart. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
I'm going to vote no because I really think that when it comes to ADA accessibility, it shouldn't be an afterthought. It should be a forethought. It should have been in the concept plan, and I'm very disappointed that it is not.
And no other concept plan includes that. Just to be clear.
And it should.
So,
It
yeah.
should.
Okay, let's move on, please. Next, we go to matters scheduled for public hearing.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I have about 10 properties today that I'm bringing to you to ask for adoption of a resolution confirming the charges for nuisance abatement. If you have any questions about any particular ones, I'm here for you.
Mayor Baldwin, before we start, we have one that has been paid. That's 3,400 Duverneck Drive. Has been paid, so should be withdrawn.
3,400.
Duveneck Drive.
Okay. So we'll remove 1.5 from that. Do we have a motion? No. Oh, I'm going to open the hearing. I'm going to close the hearing. No one has signed up in support or opposition. We have removed 1.5. Do we have a motion?
Move for approval with the amendment of removing,
1.5.
is it 1.5 or 34? 3,400?
Yeah, 3,400 Duveneck Drive.
Duveneck Drive, yes.
Mhm. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that's unanimous, clerk. Next, we have petition annexation AX 2022. We have one person signed up in support. No one signed up in opposition.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. As you all know, my name is Christopher Golden, and I'm with Planning and Development. This is the first of 3 annexations that you'll be voting on today. This parcel is contiguous and inside the ETJ. It's at 6525 Battle Bridge Road. It consists of roughly 32 acres. Its zoning is R10 conditional use. There's water and sewer adjacent. I do want to say this is affordable senior housing for 55 and over. If it is annexed today, it would be brought into the boundaries of Council District C, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions if you have them today.
Okay, any questions? Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. Is Jim Aitman here? I think we're ready to vote. If you
Want to make myself available for any questions.
any questions? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Move for approval.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous, clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. So I can go ahead and announce it. The second annexation that you have today is AX 2822. That's at 3115 and 3215 Garner Road. The petitioner is looking to hook up to water and sewer. Water is adjacent to the site. Sewer is about 800 feet away. There's an approved subdivision on this site, and extensions are included in that. Zoned R10 and R6. It's 46, almost 47 acres. The developer plans to build 316 units. Those will be townhomes. If it's annexed today, it'll be brought into the boundaries of Council District C. And again, more than happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Okay, any questions? Okay, no one has signed up in support. No one has signed up in opposition. I'm going to open and close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
I move for approval, and I can see where the developer has already started clearing for this development, but I move for approval.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. Next is AX 2322.
Thank you. This is at 2501 Pine Village Road. This is also contiguous inside the ETJ. It's located in an unincorporated county island, which means it's surrounded by city limits by all sides. It's zoned R10. It's almost 2.5 acres. This is residential multifamily is intended for the site. I do want to make note of a slight error on the presentation. It says 24 units. It's actually 21 units. Also in your agenda packet, it mentions 23,000 square feet with non-residential space. I do want to just make note of that the total project is 23,000 feet plus non-residential space, that non-residential space being breezeways, maintenance areas, and the entrance. There is floodplain on the site. It does adhere to, the site plan adheres to the city regulations with no actual development going on the floodplain site. Everything is off that site. If it is annexed today, it will be brought into the boundaries of Council District A, and I'm more than happy to answer questions if you have them.
Any questions? Okay, one person has signed up in opposition. I'm going to open the hearing. No one has signed up in support. Andrea Fennell. Is Andrea Fennell here? Okay, then I'm going to close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I move to adopt the ordinance annexing the property and to adopt the resolution placing the property in the appropriate electoral district.
Second? Do we have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Knight. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous, clerk. Next,
Thank
we
you.
have rezoning. Thank you. Next, we have rezoning Z5121. Again, no one has signed up in opposition.
Good afternoon, Bynum Walter, Raleigh Planning and Development. This is a request to rezone just under 7 acres on Atlantic Avenue from IX3 with parking limited frontage to commercial mixed use 20-story height limit with conditions. It is consistent with future land use map and the comprehensive plan overall. The Planning Commission recommends approval. A couple of views of the site from the air and the street. They have prohibited some uses. They are providing for a bike share. They are limiting development in relationship to a trip budget. They have made some provisions about drive-throughs and pedestrian access in the event of a Tier 3 site plan, including some limits about surface parking between. They've also limited surface parking along Atlantic Avenue. And what's happening here, because of the trip budget, you're not seeing a huge increase in entitlement. You are seeing a residential increase in entitlement, retail entitlements going down, modest increase in your office entitlement, and then industrial entitlements going away because you're moving from the industrial base district to the commercial mixed use district. This is consistent with the plan overall. Very consistent. There's no provision here about affordable housing. No, nothing offered in the conditions, but the Planning Commission does recommend approval. What questions could I answer for you before you open the hearing and hear from the applicant? Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, Ms. Walters, is there? Did I remember hearing something about a realignment of Atlantic and the bridge over the railroad that presented maybe some conflicts with this site development?
I believe that is a great question for Raleigh Transportation. I'm
Fair
going to
enough.
step out of the way.
And I say it that way and I'll admit, I cannot remember the details, but I'm hoping you can.
Hi, so good evening. I'm Monique Guyant with Transportation. I do not have further information about that realignment of Atlantic Avenue for the work.
Hey, Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
Don't go away yet, Mac. I actually have a question about transportation as well, because this site is right down the hill from a bunch of redevelopment that's happening right now. And so there's a lot that's happening around here that's really encouraging a lot of folks to start biking and walking in this area. And there's real inadequate sidewalks and bike facilities in this area. And so I'm wondering, at what point do we see more bike and ped-friendly facilities that are coming along with this infrastructure and development from this rezoning, as well as further up to, is that Whitaker Mill, and then continuing on to right there at Hodges, there is the Greenway connection, right? And there's going to be all of that folks coming off
ask
the
about
Greenway.
potential Greenway connection.
Yeah, and so all of that is going to be funneling that way. So I don't know if that's you or if that's Bynum, but.
Okay. Okay. Yes, there are a number of opportunities to fill those sidewalk gaps that are already in plan. For example, there's a project program to install.
You speak into the microphone, can't hear you.
There is actually a project programmed to install a shared use path along Atlantic Avenue between Highwoods Boulevard and Hodges Street. There's also a number of projects that are also doing that. As far as the site goes, we did recognize that there is an emphasis and a focus that we need to provide that sidewalk and pedestrian infrastructure. And so that was highlighted in our TIA recommendations. And at site plan, there is also a focus to look at more multimodal solutions that we can provide.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to add that the property adjacent Ironworks is currently being considered by the Planning Commission right now, and we have a condition offered for sidewalk connection along Peden Steel that would connect the site to Capitol, and they are also independently pursuing greenway connections for that site, which would benefit this site. I think the disposition of the Ironworks site is more suited to make some of those key connections, so we'd be relying more on right-of-way improvements from this site rather through street development cross-section rather than anything specific in conditions.
Thank you.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Ashton, Longleaf Law Partners, today on behalf of the applicant.
Let me open the hearing.
Oh, I'm
So,
sorry. Go
okay,
ahead.
go
Yes, I'm jumping ahead of you.
Go ahead. I just opened it.
Thank you. To answer that question about bike connectivity and pedestrian connectivity, you're right. There are quite a few developments coming down the pipeline along Atlantic Avenue. One thing that we had a lot of discussion with transportation staff during the TIA process about was the fact that Atlantic Avenue is one of those constrained roadways. So there are limited opportunities to actually expand the roadway itself. So as developments do come in, we will be providing things like new sidewalks, which currently do not exist, bike lanes, which currently do not exist. There was a mention as well in our TIA. We will be exploring with the city some multimodal options on the opposite side of Atlantic Avenue once we do come in for site planning. The city does have, I believe, a 10-foot wide multi-use path that is planned for that other side of Atlantic from our site. In addition, we are proposing through our conditions to add a bike share facility either in the adjacent roadway to our site. Again, I don't think that's probably going to happen because of the constraints, but if it doesn't go there, it will then be moved to either Crabtree Creek Greenway or to the new Pigeon, I can't even say that, the three-worded Pigeon Branch Greenway, the proposed. So that there will be a bike share facility there as well. And we are looking too at making cross connections to the Raleigh Ironworks site. You may have heard Raleigh Ironworks is looking at possibly doing a pedestrian bridge over Atlantic, which would benefit this entire area as well. So with that, we are consistent across the board. We have no residents or business owners that have come in opposition, so I'll be happy to answer any other questions that you have.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing then. Do we have a motion?
So, Madam Mayor, this is in my district, and thank you to the applicant for staff for clearly explaining how the development is helping move our sidewalk infrastructure forward, our multimodal paths forward as well. So with that, I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated November 15th, 2022, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda items under recommended action.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Stewart. All in favor? Aye. In opposition? Okay, that was unanimous, clerk. Thank you. Next is Z6721.
Yes, ma'am, you all have heard this before. I just want to provide a brief update today. So the public hearing is still open here. This came out of Transportation and Transit Committee without a recommendation, and the applicant has submitted some revised conditions, 2 new revised conditions since the committee heard this. The bulk of the conditions have not changed, but they have added 2 new conditions, limiting building height in the Six Forks node to no more than 37 stories, and limiting themselves to no building permit for any new building in the Six Forks node prior to January of 2026. Can I answer any questions for you about the changes here?
Was there affordable housing?
I think you had already seen that, which was the number 9,
Okay.
the limit on, this is a lot like the Navajo Drive condition that we saw. So
It was approved 7-0. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Do we have any questions of staff? Okay. I'm going to allow Representative just to come up. I guess Jamie would be that representative, just to give us a recap of what you're planning.
We had a presentation, if that can, just to outline. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm Jamie Schwedler with Parker Poe, 381 Fayetteville Street. Bynum did a great job in the summary, and I won't belabor what we've already been over before. But I did want to remind this council that we've been before you since July, and we have responded to all of the requests that you've raised throughout that time with specific conditions, including those that we've offered today. The scope of the rezoning request has not changed. It's only 9% of the overall area for North Hills, but provides some meaningful, significant public benefits. Those new conditions since September 6th are new condition 9, the 10% of additional units beyond the current entitlement being affordable units for households earning 80% AMI for a period of at least 10 years. That's in direct response to the constituents that advocated for, and this council approved, the Midtown plan in 2020. It's taken exactly from that policy APMT 13 on your screen, which, as Bynum mentioned, is the policy that was approved by this council unanimously with the Navajo Drive case. It's the same affordable housing conditions and response not only to the Midtown Walkable Plan, but from direct constituent input that we heard in this case. And direct input from District Representative Bufkin, who asked us to consider the affordable housing. In addition to that consideration, council members Branch and Knight asked us to consider a reduction in height on the Six Forks node, which was formerly 40 stories, and encouraged us to reduce that down to respond to constituent requests. We've answered that call and reduced the condition 10 from a maximum of 40 stories in the Six Forks node down to 37 stories. And I'll remind you that that 37 is consistent with about the same height that's approved across the street on the the other side of Six Forks Node that was approved by that mayor and council in 2006. And that approval gave rise to the eastern building that you see there today, which would be comparable height. And the fact remains that despite the height concerns, 12 stories could be built there by right today without any affordable housing, without any transit center. And so you're getting a better bargain, a better deal for that exchange of height and that placement of density than the former case did in 2006, which was not approved without any, which was approved without any affordable housing or any other public benefits in exchange. And again, that's consistent with the land use and transitions that the Midtown Plan encourage, where you have requests that are over the land use height that is designated. It's in exchange for significant public benefits. New Condition 11 was in response to concerns we heard by this council and in the committee that dealt with concerns constituents had raised in the area, and those constituents, even those constituents south of 440, that had concerns over additional height in this area and whether infrastructure would be in place before that height was in place. This condition limiting a building permit for any new building in the Six Forks node not to be issued before January 2026 was in response to that constituent concern, but it also ties into the Six Forks Road improvement update that we heard that was brought forward by District Representative Bufkin to have an update on the Six Forks improvement, which are slated to be completed north of this project by 2026. So what we have is that no new additional height in the Six Forks node would be in place until after those improvements are in place. And I'd just like to remind the council that we're started this case looking at the exact Midtown policy that talks about when you have requests that are over the land use plan guidance for 20 stories in this area, you must come forward with significant public benefits in order to be consistent with what the people expected and what this council approved in 2020 with the Walkable Midtown Plan. We've done that throughout the life of this case. We've responded to the council's requests in all of the conditions that you've seen before you, and we've delivered to the council a project that delivers on what this council has championed throughout the life of their term. Meaningful public transit, affordable housing, environmentally sustainable development that grows up and not out, that reduces sprawl, all to the tune of about $20 to $25 million in public benefits in terms of land for a transit center, land for a fire station that your chief has said is necessary to serve this area. And so with that, we're providing the significant public benefits in line with the Midtown Plan. We've provided the conditions that responded to the requests that each of this council has made, the latest of which are the affordable housing per the Midtown Plan and delaying construction. And we're appreciative of all of those requests because it's enabled us to deliver a total package that is better than you would have had by right, less traffic than you would have by right, but also meets significant themes throughout the case of what you all have looked for in development in the city over the past 2 years. A vote against this case is a vote against those things, against affordable housing, against meaningful public transit, against environmentally responsible growth, and placing density where it's deserved. Voting for this case will ensure that workers here will have meaningful routes to work and affordable places to live once they arrive here. We're happy to answer any questions about transportation and transit that have come up through the life of this case. And I understand there might also be a resident that wished to speak today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I'm going to stop the clock here. Do we have any questions for Jamie, Councilmember Cox?
Yes, I don't have a question, but I do want to point out that there are different interpretations of the Midtown Area Plan. My interpretation of the Midtown Area Plan is that, as you stated, you have the right to build up to 12 stories today. Now, if you want to go higher, up to 20 stories per the Midtown Area Plan, then you need to provide significant community benefits. Not 40 stories, not 37 stories, 20 stories. So that's where I differ with your interpretation.
Thank you.
Okay, you said there was a resident who wanted to speak.
A resident reached out to us. I'm not sure if he's in the audience today.
No, Chuck, she wants somebody to speak in favor. We're going to come to the next part.
I'm not seeing him here today, so we'll just remain available for questions.
Okay. All right, we have two people, since there was 6 minutes allotted for your piece, we'll do 6 minutes for Larry Helfon and Shane Collins to speak. Both have signed up. We did 6 minutes of time for her, so it's equal time for both of you. It didn't go to 8. There was 2 minutes and 18 seconds left. So we allow equal time for each. After the initial 8 minutes, so we're well down the road now, so 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. One thing you do very well is watch that clock. First of all, I'm going to ask that you defer the vote on this particular project. You had 2 months to look into funding for transportation in this area, and you failed. Despite a $24 million budget surplus from 2021, despite federal funds available, you came back with no recommendations for road improvements. They are critical to this project. As Ms. Stewart has said, a number is just a number. Well, it's not a number. 40 stories is not just a number. 20 stories is not just a number. If you approve 37 or 40 stories, you're adding approximately 10,000 people into this confined area. These people will not be taking the bus. These people will be driving in and out. There is nowhere for these people to go. You've allocated areas for bus transportation, that's fine. However, the workforce that lives here will not be able to live here because they can't afford it. And they're the people that take the bus. So yes, you've got some allowance. And by the way, there is a difference in this presentation from the previous presentation. We now have signed conditions for affordable housing contained within the agreement. We didn't have it before. We had a lot of different ideas of what affordable housing was, but finally we have 80% at 80% of AMI, which, by the way, this area, that AMI is continuing to skyrocket, and it's going to make housing, even at 80% AMI, unaffordable. The other thing I'd like to address is very straightforward. The interpretation from Councilor Cox was correct. I've been in on the Midtown Area Plan from its beginning over 5 years ago. You approved the plan in 2020. You have not funded this plan since 2020. And I've looked at the budget for the current year. There's no expenditure there. The Six Forks plan for improvement will not start until, 2024? You had an estimate of $5 to $10 million to go ahead and continue that plan in front of the current project. And as far as I know, that's still unfunded until into the future at some point. So I'm going to ask you again to defer a decision on this until you can have consistent current funding for road improvement. St. Albans is out of control. Six Forks is out of control. You probably saw in the news media where I presented a case against this. You would notice the traffic in the background. And as far as comparison to buildings across the street, all those buildings were parcel specific. It was an entirely different type of development done before the Midtown Area Plan. There is no comparison of height, it's relative. This will break the Midtown Area Plan. It was recommended after 4 years of community engagement that we come up with something that had both road structure, zoning preferences, and a plan for Midtown to handle particularly traffic and congestion in neighborhoods. If you approve 40 stories, you're saying community engagement didn't count. You didn't listen. You signed off, didn't fund it, and didn't listen. And that's all I have to say. Thank you. But I will come back. If we have extra time, I will come back.
Thank you. Next, we have Shane.
Mayor.
I just want to know what music you're going to play today. What
Okay.
song you playing? Come on, Shane, don't let us down.
It's ready. I was trying to be respectful. That's not working. Gracious. Anyway, sorry.
Okay. You can start the clock.
Rats. My music didn't work. Story of my life. Yes, I know. So I'm here to talk about 6721, the rezone request. And I've spent months, it seems, fighting windmills like the mythic Don Quixote. The windmills are the towers proposed on Six Forks. It should not be this way. I've tried songs to spur council interest. I've tried emails. I've sent voicemails. I've talked to council members who are supposed to represent Raleigh citizens. I even tried engaging with the new engagement office to no avail. On rezone request 6721, why are we pushing this right now? We've got a new council coming in December, January. This has been going on. I've got notes in my email from the Six Forks Corridor Study from 2017. I've got the Six Forks Road Improvement Project from October of 21. And right now, we got to do this before the new council comes in. Is the current council afraid that the newly elected members will listen to citizen concerns? One, the concerns with building height still exist. 37 stories? That's a come down from 40. The Midtown plan calls for 20. 37, 20. That's 17 stories. That's a lot of bodies. That's a lot of cars. That's a lot of traffic. Next point, traffic. These concerns still exist. So we're going to push it off to 26 for a new bond to improve the traffic for the towers that are being built. It just doesn't work. Traffic's going to worsen with construction, with people, with towers. I mean, traffic on St. Albans is stopped up all the time because of the projects going on in St. Albans already. And you're going to block Six Forks with construction for giant towers. Taxes. Oh, one second. Taxes. I sold my condo
Shane, your time is
because of the assessments every few years for maintenance. Now we're going to assess
Shane,
the Midtown.
Your time's up.
Midtown's going to have to pay more taxes for this.
Shane, come on. Thank you. Okay, we'll bring this back to the table. Council. No, actually, I'm going to ask if there are any questions. I have a couple of questions. Is Michael Moore here? Yes. Michael, could you kind of come explain where we are in terms of the Six Forks road improvements? I know that you all talked about this in committee, but I don't think people have really had a chance to absorb that. And then also talk a little bit about what the plans would be for the transit center.
So, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask Kenneth Ritchie, who's closer to that project than I am, and have him come down here and explain. He's done a lot of work on that, and then I can come back and talk a little bit about the transit center.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. The Six Forks Road Improvement Project from Rowan to Lynn is currently at about 65% design. As you will recall, earlier this summer, you did authorize that project for condemnation. We are in the process of working on getting, that is in the midst of starting now. And we anticipate we have made a submittal, as we talked about during budget season, to the locally administered projects program for some federal funding to help fund that project. We anticipate hearing about that in the spring. And with that schedule, we're looking at starting construction probably March timeframe of 2024. The earliest we'd be able to request construction authorization, should we get the grant, would be October of 2023. We'd have to get that approval and then go through the process of getting bidding documents together. So likely we're looking at a spring of 2024 construction start.
Okay, thank you. Any follow-up questions? Okay.
So again, as to our transit center, if you recall, the condition is to provide property for the transit center. We have some dollars from the Wake Transit Plan in place already. We do not have a design, a fully fledged out design for that, but what was important is that we identify the items that we wanted to include in that to make sure that we had the property allocated properly for that, and then that we could get started on working with the team to figure out exactly where that would go on the site, how big it needed to be, and then we could get started on our design. I believe we have about $6 million from the Wake Transit Plan ready to go. That's been programmed out for a couple of years now, so we've got that available, and we could start on that with the design in a matter of months. So.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Knight had some questions for Ken.
Well, one for on the transit center. Mr. Moore, tell us the timeline then on, and then also the funding for the transit center.
So the funding would come from the Wake Transit Plan, and that's already been allocated and programmed. The timing is going to be a little bit dependent on how we could partner with the developer on that to determine where that it would actually occur, on the site, that part of the site that's part of the redevelopment, rezoning. So I can't really give you a good answer on that, but it would be one where we would work with the team on that one. But as soon as we could identify that, we could go.
But it wouldn't start until the construction of the building, which would be at the earliest, well, permitting would be no sooner than 26, it would be sometime.
Not, council member, not necessarily. If we identified where that was on the site and how it was kind of partitioned out of the site, we could potentially start on that sooner. But that would be something we would have to work with the development team on.
So it's not determined if it would be separate from the building or not?
That's correct. We don't know if it would be included, say, on an internal street or if it would be incorporated in a building just as of yet. So that's something we would work with them on. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
For I guess, Richie. You talked about Six Forks, Rowan going north. Can you talk about, give us an update and reminder and summary going south to the Beltline and then to Computer Drive and then beyond that?
So currently there are no program projects for the remaining two sections of the corridor study that would take you through the interchange to Computer Drive, and certainly no program projects looking at Computer Drive South. Certainly in terms of potential improvements through there, we would likely look at medians, some probably lane narrowing, multimodal improvements to be consistent with what would be prescribed for a 6-lane avenue divided through the interchange and then for a 4-lane. Through both of those, through the remaining sections, the actual lanes exist consistent with the street plan, the comprehensive plan. It's really how we can look at integration of medians and multimodal facilities that would be really the impetus on those projects.
Occur?
Yes, they'd be behind curb.
When would that occur?
That'd be a discussion likely as part of the next bond, would be because we don't have any program projects at this point.
Wasn't there a recommendation made from the committee to ask the next council to include this as a priority in the bond in 2026?
And remind what the language was, just going to Computer Drive, is that right?
It's Computer Drive down to Wake Forest Road, or something, in that direction. Computer
North. Just to Computer Drive.
So there's two parts. You have the part from Rowan to Computer. So that's the part we said priority for the next bond. Then the other part that you mentioned, I think you spoke to, is from Computer going down, where it's already 4 lanes, and basically what they're looking at what they'll be looking at doing is the median and sidewalk and things of that nature. But the part from Rowan to Computer, which goes across the 440, is the part that we said give priority to in the next transit bond.
But then south from Computer, that was, you did not ask for that to be prioritized for the next bond?
Correct. We did not ask for that to be prioritized because that never came up until right now.
Okay. Well, I did ask about it before. And then also Lassiter Mill Drive, is there anything programmed to upgrade or improve Lassiter Mill Drive?
So nothing programmed currently from a city standpoint. Certainly, as part of the ongoing JCPenney redevelopment, there are discussions with the development team there about the separated facilities from the Beltline to, I believe, I I can't remember the exact street, but about half the block face between the Beltline and Six Forks, and then certainly one of the conditions of Z67 does speak to the completion of those facilities out to Six Forks, be it a two-way along the southeast side or a potential one-way pair up to Pamlico. And the street section itself is designated as a two-lane divided. That street section does exist on the ground today, but certainly as site plan specific development were to come, TIA associated with those could identify potential other needs to help mitigate traffic concerns.
But from a TIA, would any of that, or could that go south of the Beltline, or would that all be to the Beltline and to Six Forks?
It's hard to speak to that without being able to look at things in a little bit more detail.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that the best thing may be to take some more time on this case, to pause. I'm really dismayed at the level of misinformation and bad information that's getting out there. I talked with a constituent last night who was very upset because they'd been told we were going to approve a project without any traffic analysis. And I explained to her that's just not true. It happens at a different stage in the zoning process. When we talked some more about it, we talked about the things the developer might be required in that site plan process, and she said, that's great, I feel a whole lot better. And I think the level of misinformation is demonstrated by the objections we're hearing now. Objections about a bus station bringing those people to our neighborhood and increasing crime. Objections about cramming people in. Is that how we talk about our future potential neighbors in this city? So I can't side with that. And the most important things that have happened with this case, the conditions changing are important, but the most important things that have happened are outside the zoning conditions in this case. We've already discussed the priority funding for Six Forks Road in front of North Hills and across the Beltline. That is a significant step. There's the Municipal Service District for the Midtown Corridor that the council approved a feasibility study for. And yes, that would be Midtown paying more taxes for infrastructure in Midtown. And the vast, vast majority of the people that would be taxed would be commercial properties, not residential properties. And so I say, this city has for 30, 50 years approved development projects and let the infrastructure work itself out later on. And here with this case, we have a plan to put the infrastructure on the ground. We have additional time with the restriction on building permits. And we have a affordable housing condition that matches the Midtown plan. And this transit center is a big, big deal. It will be the anchor for public transit all over North Raleigh, where today it's virtually impossible to do it efficiently. The place is just too spread out. And there's a lot of parts of North Raleigh that you would have to be on a bus for an hour and a half to get across town because the buses don't come. You need connector routes. Those connector routes may not match with your schedule. So this is the linchpin for efficient public transit in North Raleigh, and we've got the plans for the infrastructure around it. And so when I hear you're going to approve this with no thought to the transit infrastructure, that's just not true. We've worked for 5 months now on the transit infrastructure, and we've got a good plan in place, and we've got a plan to fund it and build it about the same time the development project comes along. And then the question is, why do we need it? It's the same problem this council has confronted over and over and over again. And that this business is about real practical choices. You approve developments like this, or you choose to continue to sprawl out into our neighboring counties with all the environmental harm, all the harm to community, all the inefficiencies that come with it, people visiting our parks, driving on our roads without paying any city taxes. So that's the real choice here. Do we continue to sprawl, or do we embrace a responsible development project with the plans for the infrastructure in place and deal with reality and facts and truth? So that said, I think it might just be better to take some more time and really ensure ourselves that we're dealing with reality and facts and truth, not misrepresentations, not stories about what happened or didn't happen in the Midtown St. Albans plan. And the truth about that plan, it was a super majority consensus. And no one in that plan was ever asked about this project. And that's our responsibility as a council, to do what's best for the city. And state law tells us a small area plan is only policy guidance. And that's the truth. And I have had just today received email and phone call from a member of the Confirmation Committee who was an active participant in the CAC. And he wants us to approve this project. So I tell you truly, and then you can take the political lens. I tell you truly, my district is divided on this. And a lot of people are sitting out there hoping that we will be responsible and do the right thing for the future of the city. So please consider it, and we'll take the time we need to make sure we're doing that. Thank you.
So are you recommending then that we defer this?
That would be my recommendation today.
Okay, do we need to vote on that?
Yes. Sorry. If you're you remember, if you close the public hearing, you'd only have a short time to amend conditions. So if you want to keep this case alive, then you would move to defer it. And you would need to do that for a date certain. Now, what you could do is you can defer it for a date certain, and then on that date certain, defer it again. So we just have to keep the notice chain alive, if you will. So that's the way to keep this case open, is to have a motion and a second to defer it to a date certain, and then at that time, decide what you're going to do from there.
What date are you thinking?
December 6th.
December 6th.
Okay. I move to hold the hearing open and resume the hearing on December 6th.
Do we have a second? I'll second it. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, this will be deferred to December 6th. Thank you. Appreciated your passionate plea, Councilmember Buffkin. Next, we have rezoning Z88.
This is a request to rezone just under 28 acres from RX3 and conservation management to across the entirety of the area, RX5, with conditions. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan, but inconsistent with the future land use map, and the Planning Commission does recommend approval. So this is the west side of Wake Forest on either side of Hardemont Road, views from the air and the street. There's some conditions here. So they've prohibited parking between Bland Road and any building within 20 feet of Bland Road. Have provided for a pedestrian entrance facing Bland Road for any structure within 20 feet of Bland. Specified. Oh, okay.
Do we have any questions?
No, I asked to take a minute. There was lots of shuffling, and I think they just needed
So there's some other conditions here. There's a percent build to that the building frontage has to occupy a certain amount of area in relationship to land. They've prohibited or limited the amount of parking between Wake Forest and any building on the site. Again, with the building entrance related to Wake Forest and the building frontage occupancy there along Wake Forest. They have limited building height to 3 stories within 150 feet of some particular parcels adjacent to the site. And then they have also provided that the property owner would give 180 days written notice to any tenants on the site before asking them to relocate. So residential density here is increasing. The setbacks are not changing. This is consistent with a number of policies. inconsistent with future land use map and zoning consistency, remember if you're inconsistent with the future land use map, this policy is always going to count against you. And then this density transitions related to nearby residential. Planning Commission recommends approval. I'm happy to answer questions you might have before you hear from the applicant. I think you also have some members of the public signed up to speak about this one today.
Any questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing. We have 2 people signed up to speak in opposition, 2 in support. Molly?
Thank you. Molly Stewart, Morningstar Law Group. I'm here today with Kelly Falk of Drucker and Falk, the management company for these properties, in case you have questions for her as well. The Montecito apartments were built between 1967 and 1969, and Montecito West was built in 1971. Drucker and Falk has managed both properties for 50 years on behalf of the same owners. The second generation of this family is now seeking to prepare the properties for transition to the next generation. And making this rezoning request is in response to changes in the surrounding city. Since these properties were first built, the city and its need for housing have changed immensely. I did want to take a short detour to note that at Montecito in particular, units are undergoing renovations right now. That project is not yet complete. Individual units are seeing new investment at about $10,000 per unit. Like I said, that's ongoing. At Montecito West, within the past year, there's been about $1 million in exterior improvements on that property as well. So, with these ongoing projects and the sort of long-term time horizon of these owners who have sort of quietly maintained these properties over 50 years for 2 and going on 3 generations, this tells you a lot about the timelines that they're working under here. There is no plan to develop these properties immediately, and they're looking to do long-term planning for the site. If the properties were to redevelop, the entitlement exists today to provide sufficient incentive to do so, and it has for many years. So what you see on your screen here is, we have the existing 356 units on the site. Under today's zoning, the zoning that's been in place for many years on this property, under the Envision Tomorrow analysis, about 878 units could be constructed without a rezoning. So that's about a 147% increase in the number of units. So, the question in front of us isn't one of, what incentives would a rezoning produce, but what housing would a rezoning produce? And in this case, it's about an additional 206 housing units. I did want to talk a little bit as well about the conditions that were offered. First, we sort of stepped back from these properties and recognized the role of these parcels in linking the commercial corridors to the east with the single-family housing to the west, and this presented a challenge. So in our conditions, what you see the Main Street designation along Bland Road. So some of the conditions that you saw presented by Bynum, those were designed to mimic an urban frontage on that side of the property without applying it in a blanket way across the site. On Wake Forest Road, you see down there we're in the frequent transit area, and there we have provided conditions mimicking the parking limited frontage that was recommended there. So kind of the same idea, just sort of not applying that all the way over to the single-family homes. You also heard that one of the conditions is that tenants will have 180 days written notice before any redevelopment would cause them to have to leave the property. And finally, on that western end of the site, in addition to the standard neighborhood transitions that would apply along that property boundary, and you see here kind of the height controls that would go onto the site, we've added conditions that in fact reduce that height for a full 150 feet from that property boundary, so nothing over 3 stories within that buffer area. So under this zoning request, this is a modest increase in zoning from that 3 to 5 stories, small increase in the number of units given the number that could be constructed today. And the 2 or 3 generations of this family have quietly maintained these properties for over 50 years at this point. And as they look to transition these properties to that third generation, they're simply looking to ensure that the entitlements are brought up to date to match. We propose that the zoning conditions that have been offered, including those more urban frontages to the east, together with the increased buffer to the west and the additional notice to be provided, is a good effort to match those changes and the city's policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Molly? Can we stop the clock, please? I know Kelly Falk is also here to answer any questions. Are there any questions so far? Okay, let's reserve that time. We have Larry Helfont, who has signed up to speak, as well as Wanda Gilbert Coker. Is Larry here? Okay. Now you have 8 minutes, but you
Thank
don't
you.
have to use it all.
Boy, it's a pleasure. I don't know what to do all this time. First, thanks to the council for the previous action you took on Z6721. I didn't get a chance to acknowledge the people that were here in the audience that were also opposed that you probably did not speak to, but thank you for the actions that you took. Now we're going to just flip the table a little bit. One of your highest, oh, by the way, I'm Larry Helfont, 1013 Thoreau Drive. I left that out before. One of your highest priorities for the city of Raleigh is affordable housing. You campaigned that you intend to spend $80 million of a bond that was approved for this purpose. Yet to date, you have lost an estimated 4,000 units of naturally occurring affordable housing, while you have not met your annual goal of at least 500 units per year for the last 2 years. Today, this council has the opportunity to right the ship. You will hear 2 cases today presented by the same ownership that directly affect the availability of 600 units of NOAA. If you don't act, you will lose more family living units in one day than your target for the year. Please make your last days as a current council amount to something. Z8821 is a rezoning request to go from RX3 conservation management to RX5 conditional use. There's no stated purpose for this request. There's no public benefit for this request. When it was reviewed by the Planning Commission, a very real concern was raised that the redevelopment of this site could easily remove naturally occurring affordable housing, and there was no guarantee that new units would be affordable. Unfortunately, the Planning Commission was limited in their actions due to legal restrictions on requesting affordable housing, based on advice from this council. You may take that same approach today, but I'll remind you that the former council arbitrated with Kane Realty for the inclusion of affordable housing in the construction of Smoky Hollow downtown. I encourage you to do the same. While this rezoning may offer more housing opportunities after rezoning, it will also displace people in the process. The current price point for these apartments range from $900 to $1,200 a month. By my calculation, this would equate to about 60% AMI. We have made the request to the applicant to put some kind of condition in to protect these price points. To date, nothing has happened, so it rests back on your shoulders. It should be noted that the data included in the staff report needs correction. There's only 354 units in the existing complex, and the report states that the site contains 90 units affordable at 60% and 354 units at 80%. Somebody's math isn't quite correct. The applicant will claim that they are only requesting this rezoning for further compliance in zoning as recommended in the Midtown Area Plan. This is only partially true. While the future land use map recommends 5 to 7 stories in this area, the recommendation of staff is to change the future land use map to 5 to 12 stories. I don't know where they got this from. It just, I don't know, maybe current coding is changing. I just can't keep up with it. But this is a development that sits among residential homes that are mostly single-story and two-story homes. We are low-density homes in the area surrounding here. Going to a 5 to a 12-story building is totally inappropriate for the area, and I wish the staff would remove that recommendation. Please also note that this is a rezoning, like others, has been recently approved, pushes further construction closer to both Bland and Wake Forest Road for the benefits of walkability. Bland Road is scheduled for a complete street improvement, as outlined in the Midtown Area Plan. Bike lanes are planned along the roadway in addition to transit improvements between Falls and Neuse and Hardemont Road. Moving the buildings to within 0 feet of the right-of-way will not allow for enhanced road improvements and certainly will not improve walkability. In summary, this location is a perfect definition for affordable housing. The property sits along 2 major transit corridors, already has a commercial shopping area within walking distance, has available public transit available. Isn't this the perfect scenario for affordable transit along transit corridors as outlined in the recent TOD? Please don't approve this rezoning without some conditional amendment for affordable housing. It meets all the requirements as outlined in recent text changes. If approved, it will automatically trigger a change in neighborhood conditions and allowable heights by modifying the future land use map. The Midtown Area Plan provisions were never considered for this rezoning, and it is again inconsistent with some areas as noted in the staff review. Let's not lose another 354 units of NOAA on your last day as current council. We don't need density for density purposes. Please ask the applicant to do more in terms of affordability. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Branch?
Can the applicant address the affordable housing standpoint, because this is naturally occurring affordable housing?
Yes, I'd like to bring my slides back up, and I'm not sure how to do that. Perfect. The Midtown Plan does have a policy related to affordable housing, and it states that for rezoning proposals requesting 7 or more stories of height, an affordable component should be included. We're here today asking for only 5. But in addition to that, these properties were built as new market rate housing. Over time, the owners have maintained them efficiently, quietly, in good faith. They've allowed these units to serve the community for many decades, at a time when new apartment building was slowed. And they've done this without any zoning requirement to do so. And as you saw, with a great incentive today to redevelop. Like I said, the question of whether it's worth redeveloping the site doesn't depend on this rezoning. We've placed restrictive requirements here to help knit this into the neighborhood better than is required today. And to put further requirements on it would really discourage the kind of good faith provision of housing that you've seen from this group and from other groups over many decades. So we feel that we have, put something on the table that is very much in line with the city's policies, including the most recently adopted Midtown Area Plan.
Any other questions? I have a question for our city attorney. We do hear from a number of people who ask us to require affordable housing. Could you kind of explain what the limitations are legally in that regard regarding inclusionary zoning?
The council can't require affordable housing. If the applicant would like to offer a condition of affordable housing, the council can accept it. The way that conditional zoning works, it has to be, every condition has to be agreed to by both parties. So a requirement by the council would not be legal. They would have to review one that was offered by the applicant and make a decision from there.
And that's by state statute?
Yes.
Okay. If there are no more questions, I'm going to close the hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated November 15, 2022, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Do you have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Councilmember Branch, were you?
Yeah, I voted yes, but I want to say my reason for voting yes here has a lot to do with the redevelopment that can occur that doesn't guarantee the 180-day notice. It has to do with the way I've just seen, conditions, things that naturally are occurring. And I want to thank this applicant for stepping up and putting in some conditions, but also for the work that you're currently doing to keep your property up to code. I think when you put in millions of dollars of work currently, to me, that's a signal. You're not looking to do anything anytime soon, which gives us time to really have a meaningful project at years down the road. So 10 years from now, when you finally redevelop it, I guess we'll all see what happens.
Okay, that passed 5-2 with Councilmember Fortin Cox in opposition. Clerk, do you have that? Okay, thank you. Next, we have rezoning Z9021.
Yes, ma'am, this is a request to rezone just under 24 acres from RX3 to OX5 with parking limited frontage and conditions. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan, including the future land use map and the urban form maps. Planning Commission recommends approval. Some views of the site from the air and the street. So they have offered 2 conditions here. One is limiting their entitlement to trip generations associated with a handful of particular development scenarios. And then they have offered, again, written notice of 180 days in the event of redevelopment to the site for our tenants. So the maximum number of units here is increasing modestly. Again, it's going to be tied to the trip budget. And then the office and retail square footage are increasing considerably. This is consistent with the plan. Building height transition portion of the site is adjacent to R6 and R10 to the north and east. So they have not, the conditions just mean that the code we would be relying on code transitions here. Planning Commission recommends approval, and I'm happy to answer questions you have before you open the hearing to hear from the applicant and members of the public signed up to speak.
Does anybody have any questions of staff? Okay, I will open the hearing then. We have, again, people who have signed up in opposition. So we will start this. 8 minutes.
Thank you. As you may have gathered, this property is also managed by Drucker and Falk. Again, Kelly Falk is here with me if there are questions, and very similar ownership group here as well. So there's a lot in common with the request that you just heard. And these apartments were built at virtually the same time, between 1960 and 1970, again, at that time as new market rate apartments. Over time, this has become a well-respected community. And one thing that we heard several times at our neighborhood meetings was sort of an appreciation for how these properties have been maintained over time. So again, very, very similar. The differences, there are 2 major differences, one being that the current zoning entitlement is even greater here as far as the difference from what is built on the site today. So plenty of incentive to develop today would not necessarily be a result of a rezoning. However, if the property were rezoned, there could be more units as well. The other difference being, the requested zoning is different from the Montecito site, and that is really just driven by the difference in the future land use map at this location. And as I mentioned, this was a long-term planning exercise trying to bring these properties more in line with city policies, including the future land use map. So that is the reason for the difference here. And with that, I'll simply reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Again, we have opposition signed up: Larry Helfont, Shane Collins, and Wanda Gilbert Coker. We could put 8 minutes on there. And I don't see Wanda here, so Larry and Shane.
Thank you. This will probably sound a little redundant. I want to make one thing very clear that wasn't made clear in the last presentation. I didn't ask you to require affordable housing. What I asked you for was to work with the applicant to include some form of affordable housing. Simple statement, they can keep their price points, they can stay below 80% affordable housing. When you went ahead and just go ahead and granted them an approval for the rezoning, now it's open market. They don't have a developer lined up yet. It's open market for somebody to come in, accept the 5-story rezoning, and do whatever they would like. You could have gone a little further. You could have exercised the power of the city council in arbitrating. You opted to pass on that. So here we are again. You've already doomed 354 units of affordable housing to somebody else. I don't need to go into a lot of detail about Z9021. Again, it represents the possible loss of another 246 family units of existing naturally occurring affordable housing. Maybe we'll get this one right. Again, it is located on 2 main transit corridors, has access to public transportation, is close to commercial retail, and has an additional bonus of being within walking distance of an elementary school and a high school. Perfect formula for affordable housing, except once again, there's no conditions being brought forward for any kind of price point to protect affordable housing. Quail Ridge Apartments contains another 246 units priced from $900 to $1,450 a unit per month. A highly affordable complex will soon be lost due to redevelopment. What makes this case worse than any others you've heard today is what is being proposed. Residential will only have a slight increase, going from the existing 920 units to 1,109 units. Meanwhile, office space will see a generous increase from 8,000 square feet to 765,000 square feet. In other words, it's going to be primarily another purpose in addition to just providing some housing. Retail space will also have that same dramatic change, going from 8,000 square feet to 167,000 square feet. Do you really think there will be any affordable units left after this rezoning may be approved? The current property has a lot of open space, green area between the 2 major roadways, and the neighborhood and currently has parking limited frontage with considerable setbacks from the roadways. While current policy is to move buildings closer to the roadways, I suggest you stay with the setbacks as requested in the rezoning, so this property is consistent with the development that surrounds it. My request is simple and echoes the staff recommendations. With all of the features of walkability and transit availability, this development should encourage the reduction of affordable housing. Yet it will not, without conditions added to protect existing NOAA, as well as to generate more affordable housing. It's desperately needed in this area, and the city of Raleigh in general. You have the power to negotiate against the rezoning as it is. The existing NOAA will be lost if you do not do so. Cost of construction alone, just like North Hills with a $2 billion investment, the investment here will be significant. Do you really think that these homes that are left standing will be affordable after it's done? You put them on the marketplace again. Leave your mark on the last session and negotiate the affordable housing. The residents support it, the bond supports it, and recent actions like the Wake County Housing Preservation Fund make it feasible. It is time to use all the tools at your disposal to preserve and encourage affordable housing. Or you can do nothing, citing legislative restrictions as you just have, at the end of the day, with the loss of 600 units of naturally occurring affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Shane? Bless you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I got the music to work a little bit. I'm here to speak on 9021. I wish to speak in opposition to the rezone at 9021 because it will displace many, many blue-collar apartments at Falls and Millbrook. I thought this council was trying to improve housing options in numbers, not take away citizens' housing with no compatible replacements. I would like to recommend that council send this back for review so we can get more information on housing. Multimodal can be business and housing. You can have business on the bottom, housing up above, but it sounds like this is going to be more business than housing. And while I was here, I spent some time researching AMI and 80% of AMI. Per the HUD guidelines, Housing and Urban Development, Fed guidelines, one person, 80% of AMI, the assessment was one person needs to make $54,000. Two-person household needs to have $61,000. Three-person household needs to have $69,000. Four-person household needs to have $77,000. This is yearly income. Right now, our police and fire make 52, their average in Raleigh is 52,000. Trash collectors have an average of 38,000. Both of these numbers are below a single person family of 54K for 80% of AMI, which is the numbers that we're working on to figure out affordable housing. So something's not working with affordable housing, and the income provided to our workers, our police, our fire, our city trash workers. So affordable housing is very important. Displacing affordable housing is very important, and I would encourage you to work with developers, to work with developments to try to increase affordable housing, to increase pay for our city workers who keep us going. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any additional questions? Okay. There's no more questions? Corey?
I would just, if she can give a chance to comment on the affordable housing piece as like before on the other one and what you can commit to.
Absolutely. I heard two main points on the affordable housing. One being that approving this rezoning request would cause displacement. As we saw, this small increase of 21% over current entitlement is very unlikely to drive what happens on this site. What it will affect is the final outcome and how many units we can get on this site. There's plenty of incentive there today to go from 246 units to 920. So I don't think that displacement is one of the questions in front of you today. Also, I would have concerns. We are dealing with a property owner who has, without any sort of restriction or requirement, provided relatively affordable housing for decades, and sort of done it without fanfare. And to target those owners and to place restrictions on them because they have provided that service sets up an incentive that I fear could affect supply in the future. It sets up an incentive to do something differently and to not allow your property to provide the service under the private market. And so, we have been part of the supply for many, many years. Want to continue to do that. As this property is a great example of something that was built as a market rate, brand new housing. Providing supply in the market and has obviously become quite beloved in serving that purpose. And we're just asking to continue that.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing. Do we have a motion? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a brief comment on this affordability issue, and I will go back to the words of our planning director. There's two ways to do affordable housing. You can subsidize it, or you can let the private sector do it. And for 50 years, that's what these folks have done, without any subsidy, and I think it's time to do it again. So I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated November 15, 2022, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Seconded by Councilmember Knight. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, you got that, clerk? Okay. Next, we have rezoning Z1022. No one has signed up in opposition to this case.
This is a request to rezone 2501 Ratchford Drive. It's just under 6 acres. It's going from IX3 with a SHOD 2 to commercial mixed use, 20-story height with conditions. You can see we're at the southwest corner of 440 and Capitol Boulevard here. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the urban form map, but inconsistent with future land use map. Planning Commission recommends approval. View of the site from the air and the street. So they've prohibited some uses here. They've required an outdoor amenity of at least 1,000 square feet along Ratchford, limiting the floor area of commercial uses or requiring them to be in a mixed-use building, requiring a bike share station, and then they've limited their peak hour vehicle trips. So they're essentially limiting entitlement via trip budget. And then a couple of conditions that tie to wholesale redevelopment of the site. So specifying a build-to range and a building occupancy in that frontage, restricting parking between the building and the street, requiring a pedestrian. Basically, they're mimicking the parking limited frontage. So the entitlement here, the maximum number of units is going up. This may be limited by the trip budget, but based on the height, conceivably they could achieve that many units. Office square footage goes up considerably, as does the retail square footage. And then the front setback is changing from that 3 feet to a wider range, but the side and rear setbacks do not change. So this is consistent with a number of policies, inconsistent with that future land use map and zoning consistency policy. There's some connectivity challenges here because of the 440 right-of-way and interchange with Capitol Boulevard here that is triggering that connectivity issue. And then that retail use, ancillary retail use is tied to their future land use map and consistency. Planning Commission recommends approval, and I'm happy to answer questions you might have before you hear from the applicant.
Okay, any questions for Bynum? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing. No one has signed up in opposition to this case.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Michael Birch with Longleaf Law Partners here on behalf of the applicant. Appreciate the presentation by Bynum. Again, the purpose of this case is to facilitate redevelopment of this property for housing options located proximate to transit, proximate to the Greenway, and proximate to much of the development that is happening at Raleigh Iron Works and south and certainly downtown. We have access to transit on Capitol Boulevard with 15-minute headways into downtown. Of course, the Crabtree Greenway runs right along this site. Happy to address any questions that the council may have.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Can you address the dissenting vote from Planning Commission about the concern about the quality of the greenway that will
Yes,
on
and
the
I'll
property?
yes, ma'am. And I'll actually, after having a number of conversations with that particular Planning Commission member, will I think refine his concern, which I think is better characterized as the continuing existence of a greenway in this area, whether it's in its current location, which of course is in kind of a separated lane along Ratchford, or whether it at some point in the future goes back to the area along the creek, which that bridge has been compromised a few times. Well, again, not adjacent to the creek, but I will notice and something that we've talked about is that through site plan and redevelopment of this site, one, there's additional greenway easement on the backside required, but that greenway where it currently exists within Ratchford is within the city's right-of-way and is really within the city's control, to have it remain in that location. And this is a key part of the greenway. I'll say additionally that, and one reason why we didn't feel comfortable addressing this through a condition is that at this time of site plan approval,
the developer is kind of incentivized to work with the city on seeing whether it makes sense to do an above the curb, maybe separated multi-use path or a two-way bike lane in lieu of what's along the frontage today. But again, I think there's kind of an acknowledgement that that's something that really ought to take place at the development plan stage as opposed to now. So.
Any other questions, Councilmember Branch?
Just one question, because of the interstate right there, and I know this will be addressed at site plan, but do you possibly expect any changes to Ratford Road and how it's aligned in the construction?
So Ratchford is on the comprehensive plan, street plan map, and so the developer will be required to actually dedicate right-of-way kind of through the site, which will remove, area from the site. That will become public right-of-way. They are obligated to construct the road up to their property boundary line. The developer on the other side has actually dedicated right-of-way and paid a fee in lieu. And so there's the opportunity kind of at the development plan stage or in the future for the possibility of a public-private partnership looking at that ultimate connection. But this site and kind of redevelopment of this site is really key to that realignment and ultimate connection. I'll note that our TIA shows that the Ratchford Capitol intersection and other intersections continue to operate at acceptable levels of service without that connection. But yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Any other questions? Okay. I'm going to close the hearing then. Do we have a motion?
I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated November 15th, 2022, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda items under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement. So move.
Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Stewart. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that was unanimous, Clerk. Next is Z 2722.
Yes, ma'am. These next two items, E2722 and TCZ 2822, are adjacent to each other. I just wanted to note that you may start to feel some deja vu as we move along in these items. I just wanted to prepare you. So this first piece is a request to rezone just over 14 acres from R4 to RX3 with conditions. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan, including the future land use map, and the Planning Commission does recommend approval. So this is an aerial view of the site, and you can see that TCZ I referenced is to the north of this, street views of the site. So they have limited their residential units to no more than 204, and they have required apartment buildings to look like townhouses. This prohibits a commercial principal use, but that has been expanded to allow for some civic uses. So you are seeing a residential increase in entitlement. The office and retail are permitted as accessory uses, so we have not quantified them. The setback, the front setback is reducing as well as the side and rear setback. This is consistent with the plan. That zoning and infrastructure impacts issues, so you remember, so we're out Buffalo Road here. We talk about the traffic concerns and the bridge, the Buffalo Road Bridge issue. All of that is kind of ongoing out here. Planning Commission recommends approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have before you hear from the applicant.
Have any questions? Councilmember Branch?
How many units could they do if they hadn't limited it to 204?
If they had not limited it to
Right.
204, I don't know that off the top of my head. I can take a look and see.
Okay, thank you.
It's going to be a really rough, like, acreage kind of calculation.
That's fair.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to open the hearing. No one has signed up in opposition.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council, Worth Mills, on behalf of the applicant. The property considered for this rezoning is approximately 14 and a half acres, currently zoned R4. We're proposing to rezone to RX3 as In conjunction with this rezoning, you'll hear about TCZ 2822 immediately after this. Both of these are made together to create a development plan for the southeast quadrant of the Buffalo Road, Forestville Road intersection, and to address traffic concerns for that quarter of this intersection, which everyone on this council is familiar with. So again, the properties front along Forestville Road, south of that intersection with Buffalo Road. Recent developments in this area, there's a planned Publix and apartments and out parcels over on the southwest quadrant. And there is a residential development that's taking place in the northwest quadrant. So again, the work and the development plans here, the associated traffic improvements that will be required upon development and upon subdivision will help facilitate traffic concerns and move people throughout this site more efficiently. The site is mostly forested today, and as Bynum mentioned, it is zoned R4. A lot of the other properties close to the intersection with Forestville and Buffalo do have a mixed-use zoning. And so we think that a rezoning to RX is consistent with the other properties around us. The future land use map identifies these two properties as moderate scale residential. It recommends RX3 when there are conditions that are included that address building massing and the scale of design. Again, we've limited conditions to 14 units an acre, which comes out to 204 units. And we have prohibited stacked units, and we've also prohibited a number of commercial uses otherwise permitted in the RX district. And so for that reason, we think that this is consistent with the future land use map guidance. It is reasonable and in the public interest. We're happy to answer any questions that you have this afternoon. Thank you.
Any questions?
I'm really struggling with the insufficient infrastructure out here, and I can't recall if I was with the other cases that were out here. And it strikes me that it's really ironic compared to the earlier North Hills case that there wasn't an insufficient infrastructure consistency issue with that one, but there is with this one. I'm wondering, I was talking with staff about this earlier offline, and I'm wondering if there's a way we can look at ways to encourage and or incentivize some cost sharing by landowners in the town of Knightdale or others to accelerate some bridge replacement out this way. As a start, as a way to start a conversation. I also am just struggling with this, generally, this kind of development, but
Mayor
just some
Pro
thoughts.
Tem,
Yes, please.
Travis Flewitt, Kimley Horn, who's helped us with the infrastructure of the site, is available to answer that. I've got some handout that highlights the overall intersection improvements that are being done by the surrounding developments, and I believe that there has been some conversation about cost sharing for the Buffalo Road Bridge widening as well. So I think Travis can speak to all that.
Good evening, Travis Flewitt, Kinley Horn Associates. Yes, we are all struggling with that issue. There are multiple developers. I am working with many of them to try to resolve that issue and work to collaboratively to get the improvements done. You know, worth the. I know it's not just y'all, right? Like
Yes. Come in and then there was traffic.
And really the biggest issue is timing. There are multiple developments that are making multiple improvements along this whole corridor, and just we are trying to coordinate with city staff, NCDOT to find ways to cost share and get them done in as few projects as possible to limit the amount of construction and duration of construction, because we don't want half a dozen developers doing half a dozen different projects all at different times, and this whole corridor is under construction for 5 years. So trying to get things expedited and done. So as you can see on the exhibit, there are many, many improvements that will be done out here to drastically increase capacity. The thing we are struggling with is just how to get them done as expeditiously as possible, but it works for the timing of multiple developments.
And then I don't know if staff has any response to that as well, but.
Hello, yes. Definitely, I second what Travis was saying, is that timelines are at different places for the number of developers in this area, but conversations on making sure those interchange improvements are being made and are in progress right now.
I'll just add that the next case does have a condition to participate in the restriping of the bridge to add an additional lane. So that is a condition of the next project you'll hear from.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
So some very crude analysis suggests that at least 1,500 units would be possible here without the limit. And then I just wanted to speak to the infrastructure insufficiency issue here. The comprehensive plan, the growth framework map, the urban form map, future land use map, all have envisioned this kind of growth out here. And the improvements to the bridge, how we have long understood, are sort of a linchpin to making that facilitate that development. So private development is really behaving as we have forecasted and policified for. So I just would add that as context. It's not like a shock. You know, we're seeing generally consistent future land use map requests out here, overall consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's not like we're seeing some really rogue, wild, unexpected development pattern here.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing. Councilmember Cox.
I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated November 15, 2022, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Have a second. Seconded by Councilmember Branch. All in favor? Aye. Next, we have rezoning TCZ 2822.
So again, this is the parcel to the north. This is a request to rezone just under 23 acres from RX3 with conditions. Am I looking at the right presentation? Not getting the expected results. This is going from CX3 with conditions to RX3 with conditions. I apologize for the typo. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan, but partially inconsistent with future land use map. Planning Commission recommends approval. View of the site, which is to the north of the case we just discussed, from the air and the street here. So they have limited their uses basically to roughly the NX limited use standards. They allow more parking along Buffalo Road instead of buildings, and they have prohibited vertically attached apartments here. So the maximum number of units is not changing. The height's not changing here. The entitlement's not changing. It's the conditions that are changing. Sorry, a little late in the day. Maybe I had too many items on the agenda today. The requested range of uses as regulated by conditions is consistent with the neighborhood mixed use designation on the future land use map. There's a small portion of the site that's designated as moderate scale residential. So that would prompt an amendment to the future land use map if this case was approved. So this is consistent overall with the plan. So again, that same issue about zoning infrastructure, and just a reminder that the adoption of the zoning case would result in an amendment to the future land use map. And Planning Commission recommends approval. Questions before you hear from the applicant?
Okay, I'll open the hearing. No one has signed up in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council, Worth Mills, on behalf of the applicant. So this is a text change to zoning conditions for 0 Buffalo Road. This is the northern piece and what is expected to be the commercial and retail piece of this overall development in the southeast quadrant. So the changes sort of break down into 3 categories. So we would be removing unenforceable and non-applicable conditions that no longer carry any weight given the adoption of the UDO in 2013, and revise land uses to make them consistent with the future land use map of neighborhood mixed use. And lastly, remove site layout conditions that are inconsistent with suburban retail. This case is consistent with the future land use map and the comprehensive plan overall. So this property here, directly at the southeast corner of Buffalo Road and Forestville Road, this property would have the kind of most direct impact on intersection improvements of Buffalo Road and Forestville. There is one condition that I do want to share. It's condition P, essentially stating that until the Buffalo Road Bridge is widened over 540, there are significant restrictions on development on the 0 Buffalo Road site. 40 dwelling units, anywhere from 20 to 40,000 square feet of commercial space and 20,000 square feet of office space. That is a condition that we are retaining in this new set of conditions. So you will see limited highway retail that can complement the Publix across Forestville Road, but you will not see any increase from this proposed text change to zoning conditions based on what is allowed today. And so again, the TCZ is consistent with the future land use map. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Happy to answer any questions that you have about the specifics in that set of conditions.
Do we have any questions? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing then. Councilmember Cox.
I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated November 15th, 2022, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption of effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Branch. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous, Clerk. Next is rezoning Z3222 Millbrook Road. We have no one signed up in opposition.
Yes, ma'am. I have a combined presentation for Z3222 and TCZ3322, which is the next item. I believe you need to have 2 separate public hearings and separate votes, but I thought it would be expeditious to roll these up into one. So the rezoning would change the zoning for just over 2 acres from a combination of R4 and RX3 with the parking limited frontage and conditions to the whole thing would be RX3 with parking limited conditions. And the TCZ applies to 5.8 acres that would revise conditions. And you may remember we looked at these sites together, the group of us, I believe it was last year. And Planning Commission recommended to approval for both of these. So the rezoning would add this bit here to the RX3 PL with conditions area. It's basically bringing it in to a larger existing set of conditions and district. And then the TCZ would apply to this piece, which is also over here in the map, right? So they're adjacent to each other. And so what's happening here, I think you all probably remember this, we're on the west side of North Hills, on either side of Millbrook Road here, just east of Shelley Lake. So the conditions that would be applied to Z32, to the new piece of parcel property coming in, they're limiting uses, they're limiting dwelling units, and they are subjecting the south side of West Millbrook to tree preservation. And then TCZ3 would be removing that condition from all of them, all the all the parcels in play. And then all the other conditions in place would remain there, right? So the change here is really just a very minor increase, an 8-unit change in terms of entitlement here. This is consistent with the plan overall, and an amendment here would result, a rezoning here would result in an amendment to the future land use map, would amend this public parks and open space designation to medium scale residential. Planning Commission recommends approval of both items. What questions could I answer for you before you open each hearing and hear from the applicant?
Do we have any questions? Okay, open the hearing on Z32.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Worth Mills on behalf of the applicant. Essentially, Z32 would be permitting one new condominium building as part of the already approved development. It would also allow for some limited retail space, like a coffee shop on the ground floor. Appreciate Bynum's presentation. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, do we have any questions? I'm going to close the hearing. Do you have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated November 15, 2022, containing the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Okay, all in, do we have a second? Second it, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Stewart vote also counts. She was not excused. So that was unanimous. Next, we have TCZ 33. No opposition.
Thank you. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions? Okay, open the hearing, close the hearing. Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated November 15, 2022, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
We have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Same applies to this case, unanimous. Okay. Next, we have Comprehensive Plan Amendment, CP 822, Sherman Oaks Place. We have one person signed up in opposition.
Yes, ma'am. This would amend the map T1 and the transportation element of the comprehensive plan, as well as add a text policy to the Midtown area-specific guidance section of the comprehensive plan. Planning Commission recommends approval. This would remove the proposed street for Sherman Oaks. It runs roughly parallel to halfway between Wake Forest and Industrial, and would connect Waketown and East Six Forks. And they're asking to take that off the map. So here's a look at this site here. So this is the most current aerial available, and it does not show the Wegmans that is on this site now. It just looks like it's under construction. The pictures can't keep up with us. And so you can see this proposed street runs across the Wegmans property as well as across the property at the northeast corner of Six Forks and Wake Forest. So they are asking to remove that from the Main Street designation from the street plan. And then they're adding, proposing to add this Midtown area specific guidance. Basically, they're wanting to forestall delay the requirement to develop the street until more comprehensive development of that site at the southeast corner of Wake Forest and Six Forks comes about, right? Until they see a more substantive redevelopment like the Wegmans. And in the interim, they are working on some individual kind of pad site development options that they would trigger the street if the street plan remained in place. So the new restaurant approved by the site plan review last year, and then another pending subdivision plan, or a pending subdivision associated with that restaurant, which has now been built. This is consistent with a lot of policies. It's inconsistent with a lot of other policies. It's based, you know, so much of the street plan is about realizing a functional grid for the city, right? And so so many policies add up to supporting that, and so that's what's really triggering inconsistency here. Nonetheless, Planning Commission recommends approval. Happy to answer questions for you before you hear from the applicant.
Do we have any questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing. We have one person who signed up in opposition, as I said. No, he's right over there. He's behind the podium.
Did you submit a presentation?
I did last Friday, yeah.
Jump ahead.
I can go ahead and get started while we wait, yeah.
Please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm Mark Frederick with Parker Poe, Adams and Bernstein at 301 Fayetteville Street here on behalf of the applicant. This request is more of a clarification of the policies impacting the site in question. This application has gone through several iterations, and the version before you tonight was actually drafted by planning staff and is consistent with the comprehensive plan. We are very appreciative of their creativity in finding a solution that both meets the objectives of our request and ensures that the goals of the comprehensive plan and the Midtown area plan remain in place. The effect of this request, hold on, my presentation is coming up.
It's coming up.
So the effect of this request will be to remove the proposed street on the street plan that you see on this slide. That proposed street runs directly through two shopping centers. The shopping center on the northern half of the block is the Wegmans development. The shopping center on the south of the block is has been going under a revitalization effort and is the reason for this request. This same proposed street is also found within the Midtown area plan in the same place as the street plan, circled in red on those two maps. This request would not remove the proposed street on the Midtown area plan, and it will add a policy that clarifies when that street should be constructed. And to provide some context for why we are submitting this request, the image on the left side of this screen is the shopping center south of the Wegmans development. The shopping center has undergone a revitalization effort over the past few years, which is nearly wrapped up. New tenants have been brought in, and existing tenants have signed new leases. One of the new tenants is the Chick-fil-A in the southeast portion of the site, which is requiring that a new out parcel be created as part of their lease. However, a subdivision request would trigger the requirement to construct the street on the Raleigh street plan. The red line you see across the shopping center is the approximate location and width of that proposed street. As you can see, that street would run through two new buildings that were constructed last year for new tenants for this shopping center. It would also run through a lot of the parking needed for a new anchor tenant, which has been secured. This is another image of where that proposed street would intersect with Six Forks Road, again, running through those two new buildings. We did spend several months trying to find an administrative option to subdivide the Chick-fil-A parcel. Those efforts did not bear any fruit. As you can see, the red line right there is the current cross-access between the Wegmans parcel and Six Forks Road. We looked at several public street cross-sections, but even the narrowest would cut into the parking needed for the anchor tenant, and it did have some, there were some difficulties. It just wasn't possible to fit a public street in between the new buildings along Six Forks Road. So the other option available to us was to submit the comprehensive plan amendment, and with the help of planning staff to amend the request throughout the process, we were able to find a solution that meets both our objectives and is consistent with the goals of the Midtown Area Plan. That solution is to remove the street from the street plan, but keep the proposed street in the Midtown Area Plan, and add a new policy that describes when the street is to be constructed. This policy provides that when a development plan is submitted for any property within this block for a building of 2 to 3 stories, a public primary internal access drive should be constructed where the street is shown on the Midtown Area Plan. And when a development plan for a 4-story building or higher is submitted, a Main Street or Avenue 2-lane street should be constructed. This is the same type of street that is currently required by the street plan. So to summarize the impact of this request, it will allow the current revitalization efforts of this shopping center, but it will trigger the requirement for a public street when any additional redevelopment is proposed. The shopping center is currently maxed out with parking, so any additional intensity will need to go vertical, immediately triggering the requirement for the public street. The Planning Commission did unanimously recommend approval of this request because it is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the Midtown Area Plan, and ensures that any redevelopment of the shopping center in the future meets the goals of the Midtown Area Plan for pedestrian connectivity and smaller blocks. So we respectfully request that you approve this comprehensive plan amendment, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. We'll open up. Mr. Helfand is here to speak in opposition.
Larry Helfand again. I actually signed up to speak in opposition of this, but I was actually for it in some respects. I wish I could use some of the mapping that was provided by the applicant. Those of you that are familiar with the area, if you've ever been to BB's Chicken or Torchy's for tacos, there's a very nice roadway that runs through there called Sherman Oaks Place. I recognize the hesitancy to run this road all the way through to Six Forks. The Chick-fil-A, where it's going to be operated at, is directly across from Costco. So if you've ever gone to Costco, imagine yourself coming out of Costco and making a left-hand turn onto Six Forks to go, whether that's west, north, whatever. It's a very hazardous situation. And if you're familiar with Chick-fil-A, it's one of my favorite places to stop at when I travel, especially a mobile unit. You can't get into them, and especially with a driveway routed around it. You're asking for traffic coming out of Chick-fil-A into one lane, while you have traffic coming across from Costco trying to make that same directional turn. There are some things that could be done from a traffic standpoint to probably limit that. But my biggest point here is that the Chick-fil-A, rather than trying to limit Sherman Oaks Place, should actually open up some kind of exit behind Chick-fil-A to direct traffic into the parking lot area behind it, where you can then exit onto Wake Forest Road. You can go down towards Wegman, you can exit onto Industrial Road, and then have a much better, safer flow of traffic. So all I'm doing today is trying to present a situation to you that I think is going to be disastrous in the future. You can send traffic down to the traffic light by putting a barrier across the road to keep the people from Costco from coming straight across. That's one option. But what I'm really suggesting is that transportation in particular, before you take action on this, it's not as simple as it seems. I'd like them to look at the full flow of traffic, including the Costco across the street, in addition to the traffic coming out of Wegmans, traffic coming out of the plaza where BB's and Torchy's is, to get a full picture before you just go ahead and wipe out a street. I agree that there shouldn't be an exit onto Six Forks. No question about it. You're just adding undue, unsafe traffic. But what I'd like to see done better is provide some kind of exit out the back of Chick-fil-A that'll also protect the restaurant next to it, the breakfast place, can't remember the name right offhand, First Watch, and the bank that's next to them. And there has to be an exit going back the other way. I suggest that they do signage better in the parking lots so people know where they can go to access the main roads, because people coming in just to look for a Chick-fil-A aren't going to be familiar with the area. I think you can do much better, and that's really the only reason I'm opposed. I love Chick-fil-A. I just think you're setting it up in the wrong place without an appropriate access to get out of it. It's like driving in, but you won't be able to get out. So all I'm asking is you re-examine this proposal before you act on it. And I'm done for the day.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Buffkin?
It's not a question, sorry.
Okay, Councilmember Cox.
So let me see if I understand this correctly. You're proposing to remove Sherman Oaks through your property, basically. But you're not providing an alternative to address, for example, the concerns of Mr. Helfont.
So no, we're not proposing to remove Sherman Oak Place. We're just placing an additional clarification on when it's required to be constructed. So currently, it's triggered to be constructed with even a subdivision plan for the Chick-fil-A. That obviously causes some problems with the operation of the shopping center. So we are placing a trigger on when that Sherman Oak Place extension is constructed. So whenever it is redeveloped for 2 stories or more, that is when it is triggered to be constructed, which is the case today as well.
Okay.
Under the current entitlement. I'd also like to point out the Sherman Oak Place, that street was approved as part of that development prior to the Midtown area plan and the addition of that street. So it's actually a private street that's not as wide as what's called for in the street plan.
Okay, so I guess this would be a question for transportation then. If what's being proposed could still trigger the construction of this road, what would be done to address the concerns that Mr. Helfont has about this road being extended all the way to Six Forks and creating a hazardous situation?
Okay, Monique Guy with Transportation. As far as Mr. Helfont's concerns about the traffic flow for the Chick-fil-A and how cars are supposed to safely maneuver out onto the roadway, this site is still subject to site plan review. So all of the staff would be taking in those concerns into account. Sorry. Yeah, at site plan review, they make sure that there is safe flow into and out of the site. They can't require an egress on the site to move to like a different area, but they can provide suggestions, and ultimately it's up to their approval.
Now, the applicant says that if we would take this action, it simply triggers at a different time when the road would be required. Will transportation be taking a look at this I don't want to call it a street plan, but this plan for ingress and egress into this property so that that doesn't happen, that maybe if something is triggered, then something better would be triggered?
Yes, this would be considered.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Can I just add to that? So the administrative site plan for the Chick-fil-A has already been approved. The subdivision is pending. The subdivision is not proposing a change to the current driveway configuration from the site to Wake Forest or Six Forks. So we're really looking at stasis around this current subdivision plan. And so the text policy that's going in the area-specific guidance is going to determine when the trigger for the extension of Sherman Oaks comes into play and when the configuration of the site will be required to change.
Okay, but in addition to just triggering when Sherman Oaks would come into play, could we take a look at changing, what would be triggered? I mean, right now, Sherman Oaks looks on the drawings to come straight through to Six Forks. And
That's
it sounds
right.
like that might not be a good idea, that maybe transportation needs to take another
As
look
I
at that.
understand it, the intersection spacing for Six Forks and Sherman Oaks, the distance between Six Forks and Sherman Oaks and Wake Forest and Six Forks is adequate distance. I'm imagining it would be a signalized intersection that would probably improve the situation there.
Okay, it would, I guess my recommendation going forward would be to take another look at that, particularly, as this is juxtaposed across the street with Costco and all the traffic coming in and out of there and all the development that is supposed to continue on behind Wegmans.
Right.
I really think it needs to be taken a look at.
So could I?
Councilmember Buffkin, and then Ford.
Thanks, and my apologies, Councilmember Ford. I'm going to interject here because I am quite familiar with the area. Ms. Walters already made the point that I thought needed to be made was Chick-fil-A and Fifth Third got their site plans in before we adopted the Midtown plan. Secondly, here at the end of this council term, we found something Mr. Helfont and I agree on. I love Chick-fil-A too. I am a little disappointed that there is a drive-through in our walkable district, but again, it was a timing problem, and the lesson there is you got to move your planning processes along, or you're going to miss opportunities to do good things for the city. Final point on the interconnection. Existing conditions today have a right-in, right-out at the very same place that this street is proposed to go. I ain't real excited about this. I'm a big fan of the walkable Midtown plan. We've already eroded some of the good street plan requirements that would have applied down closer to the creek. That ship sailed. The whole point of the Midtown St. Albans plan was to build a more gridded street network, more connections, more accessibility to relieve congestion on the main roads, Wake Forest and Six Forks. So I think this proposed amendment is true to that ultimate goal. It'll depend on timing of redevelopment, and I will ask the council to approve it.
Councilmember Ford.
Given that I'm a person who spends a lot of time at that particular Costco and see a lot of folks almost having accidents, I wonder if it makes sense, Councilmember Branch, for this to go into his committee and have a more comprehensive look at that particular corridor, because it really is a significant safety issue. And when this Chick-fil-A opens up, I think Thursday, and you've got folks trying to get out of Costco and folks trying to get out of Chick-fil-A, Chief Patterson is going to be really upset with us with the amount of time her folks are going to be spending monitoring accidents right in that particular area. So to me, I think it would be practical to move it to the Transportation Committee and have a more comprehensive look in that with that corridor.
So I was going to say, I don't know if it's going to be my committee yet. We'll figure out the new council, but I do recommend it going to the Transit Committee just to look at this area. It's obviously this Chick-fil-A opens Thursday. So it's not, this isn't stopping the opening on Thursday, where we can try to figure out how to get this, I think, right.
What I was going to suggest is that we defer this because I feel that we need to let the next council make a decision if we're going to send it to committee. But Councilmember Buffkin, I interrupted you, sorry.
Quite all right. I agree, Councilmember Fort and Branch, on the main point. Like I said, I go there a lot myself, and but let me suggest this. I think that issue you raised is important, but not connected to this requested amendment. So my suggestion would be that we have staff come back with an agenda item specific to that median that's along Six Forks there and trying to respond to the concerns we've heard about that. But I really think that's separate from that. So I'd ask that the council vote to approve this amendment today, and I'll make that motion. And y'all carry on. You've got my full support. I hope you can find a solution because it is a complex mess down there.
I would say I understand, but let me ask staff this question. If we notice some changes or recommendations, would there be any changes or recommendations that could impact this request that we have before us today?
So the approval of this request would really facilitate the subdivision, which would allow the property owner to, as I understand it, the Chick-fil-A wants ownership of their site, which is prompting the subdivision. And so prohibiting denying the comprehensive plan amendment would prohibit the subdivision without construction of the new street, as I understand it.
Okay.
And the property owner is saying, we don't want to build the street to subdivide the Chick-fil-A off our lot.
Got you. With that being said, I would actually second that motion, but I have another motion I'm going to make after the vote of that said motion, which would basically direct staff to come back to us looking
Come
at
back
this
to the new
holistically.
council.
To the new council, looking at this holistically. If it wasn't for that subdivision legality, I'm not an attorney, so hopefully that's the right word, I would have held this.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the table. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Is anyone opposed? Councilmember Fort, I didn't see your hand. Okay, what's your second motion?
So I move for staff to come back with a comprehensive review of this area in relation to the Midtown plan and practical egress and ingress of traffic in this area with recommendations.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, clerk, that was unanimous. Thank you. Okay. Next, we have Comprehensive Plan Amendment CP 1022. No one has signed up in support or opposition for this case or the next one.
So this is a staff-initiated amendment. It would modify the street plan as well as the interchanges and grade separations map in the comprehensive plan. So it would adjust the alignment of TW Alexander and change its designation to a smaller street section. It would adjust the alignment of Tryon Road and also reduce its street section designation. And then we would remove an interchange at Globe and Aviation, and another at Aviation and TW Alexander. The requests are consistent with the Comprehensive Plan, and Planning Commission recommends approval. So the first one, you can see existing Alexander here on the street map, all dashed, and it's just kind of straightening out the alignment there on the south side of where I've drawn. And then similarly, Tryon would be a little less curvy and would be straighter through those pieces. And then there are removals of designations off the interchange map here based on what we know about the development of Aviation Parkway that's currently planned. So again, straightening out the alignment of Alexander, which would look roughly like this, just to give you a sense of what the ground looks like out there in this area now. Similar, really, just why we are pursuing this as staff. It is consistent with the plan. Again, with Tryon straightening it out, reducing the, for both roads, reducing the designation from 4 to 2 lane. Again, a look at what that looks like on the ground now. You may remember this particular area from zoning and rezoning we've seen recently. Again, why staff is pursuing this, and it is consistent with the plan. And then this final piece, removing these planned interchange because and grade separation because we're expecting these things to be at grade. So here's again what that looks like on the ground today. the justification for their, it's, ultimately all of these, we expect them to bring down the construction costs consistent with the plan, and Planning Commission recommends approval of all three. Questions I can answer before you open the hearing?
Any questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing and close it. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. Unanimous, clerk. Next, we have text change TC 322.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Justin Rometta with Planning and Development. This is the 2022 text change omnibus list. Just some brief background and history. This is a program that was really designed to make some minor clarifications and corrections to the UDO and address minor rather than major policy areas. The program was initially authorized back in November of last year, after which it spent some time in the Growth and Natural Resources Committee, where each of the items was discussed in detail, and that resulted in 31 total items in this list. I won't go through each of those individually, just talk about kind of 4 different categories that we could place these in. You'll see the majority of them are what we call clarifications to the code, then with a handful each in process, regulatory, and synchronization categories as well. So clarifications are really about better defining when and how the code applies, about refining imprecise language to make it more clear, or correcting typos or other errors. And so some examples there include clarifying when neighborhood transitions apply within and adjacent to planned developments, clarifying that the prohibition in the detached frontage on driveways does not apply to 1 and 2 family homes, and then inserting some guidance for when how setbacks are determined on irregularly shaped lots. You'll see an example here of a graphic and some associated language that's being inserted. Just recognize that not every lot in the city is a perfect square or rectangle, and giving staff and our users some guidance on how setbacks are determined in those scenarios. So process changes are about procedural refinements or corrections, potentially modifying how certain types of permits are processed. Some examples here include the waiver of the city bond requirement for city projects, clarifying that the city does not have to provide a surety to itself. The removal of some discretionary authority that the planning director had in approving alternate wall and fence materials, and zoning conditions just is codifying existing practice that requires unsigned zoning conditions 10 days before the public hearing. A few minor regulatory changes are included. These are intended to be substantive but low impact. Some examples here include the green frontage landscape standards. The green frontage has been in the code since it was adopted in 2013. It requires a landscaped area between the building and the street. But there are no specifics or details on what that landscaped area is supposed to look like. So this change includes specifications for types and quantities of landscaping material that is required in the green frontage. Community gardens, as it relates to a strategic plan initiative, the special use requirement has been removed in residential districts. And urban farms, which were previously prohibited in residential districts, are now allowed with a special use permit. And finally, synchronization. These are really about kind of syncing up disparate portions of the code with each other or state law. Some examples there include aligning the NCOD and infill primary street setbacks, clarifying how impediments such as stream buffers or utility easements affect primary street setbacks in both the NCODs and in infill scenarios. Clarifying that the detached frontage, front yard setback, aligning that methodology with the infill methodology as well. And then finally, just removing the requirement for annual renewal of short-term rental permits in light of some recent case law. So I hope that gives you a good idea of kind of the content of this text change. happy to go into detail on any of the items or answer any questions. Also wanted to thank the council for authorizing the program. These are rather minor and mundane changes, but they do go a long way for staff and for our users to improve the usability of the UDO. So.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing and close the hearing. Do you have a motion? Seconded by Councilmember Knight. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous, clerk. Okay.
Yeah, we need a consistency statement.
I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated November 15th, 2022, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning text amendment.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Okay. Next, we have the Growth and Natural Resources, which has no items in it, and no meeting plan, so.
You have EDI first, but yes, Growth and Natural Resources have no report and no items.
Same with
EDI, no report, no
Yep.
meetings planned.
Next, we have Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Community Committee. To clear the committee's agenda ahead of the seating of the new council, I'm recommending that all the remaining pending items be reported out with no recommendation. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Fort. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. And then Transportation and Transit Committee.
We had one item, should I report it out? I'm going to make a motion to report that one out with no recommendation, with the intent for the new council to send it back to transit. That'll help with the transition. So that's my motion.
So are you asking then that staff bring this back to us?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous as well. Next, we have the report of the mayor and city council. Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
I'm happy to go first, or I'm happy to go second to last.
Go.
Okay. I would like to use my time for some parting comments. So thank you for allowing me to address y'all. As my service comes to an end, people are asking me how I've balanced it all, meaning serving on city council while also working and being a mom to 2 young kids. Frankly, I don't know that I've balanced it, but I've managed it. And I've managed it with a lot of help from the people in my village. And I owe those people a lot of gratitude. So thank you first to my husband, Les Stewart, for agreeing to this path of public service for our family, because it was indeed a family commitment. Thank you also to our wonderful children, Evan and Liza, for the sacrifices they made and all the times they've had to share me with our city, including a lot the past 2 days. Thank you to all of our wonderful family and friends who have supported our family and me over the years with childcare, meals, and very safe spaces to just be ourselves. Thank you to Megan Hinkle, my longtime policy analyst, for all of her help and support over the years. For you Parks and Rec fans, she was the Ann Perkins to my Leslie Knope. I want to thank all of the individuals I've served with, even if we didn't always agree. You taught me invaluable lessons, and I know that each of you care greatly about our community. This job is one of service, and each one of you is to be commended and appreciated for the time you have given, and many of you will continue to give in one way or another. Thank you to the 2017-2019 Council, Mayor Nancy McFarland, Russ Stevenson, Dickie Thompson, David Cox, Corey Branch, Kay Crowder, and Steph Mendel. And to all who have served during the 2019-2022 term, Mayor Marianne Baldwin, Jonathan Melton, Patrick Buffkin, David Cox, Corey Branch, Stormy Fort, and David Knight. City Council often gets the credit for the countless hours staff put into moving our city forward. City staff are incredible, humble, and I'm going to say this word because I always say this word wrong, consummate professionals who are our community's true public servants. City Manager Marshall Adams-David, you have done nothing but deliver since you've done nothing. Sorry. You have done nothing but deliver since the second we hired you for this role. I know you will make this next council proud as well and continue to lead Raleigh, as you say, into our best days. City Attorney Robin Tatum Curran, you are hands down one of the smartest individuals in this city, and we are lucky to have you on our team. And City Clerk Gail Smith, thank you for keeping all of us, in line and greeting everyone that comes into this chamber and your office with a warm smile. I am so grateful to have had the opportunity to have served our city the past 5 years, and it will always be one of the greatest accomplishments of my life. To our staff, to the incoming council, and to the public listening here and at home, I want to leave you with this message for the days and months ahead. Keep an open mind. These days, we are so quick to judge, to label, to put each other in a box, paint something as black or white, or more specifically, as anti-development or pro-development. Rarely is anything that simple if we look at it for more than a few minutes. Unfortunately, binary sells and makes great headlines. So you're gonna have to work to find the nuance, but often that's where the best solutions exist. Take the time to get to know one another, and inevitably, as you learn new things about new people, you'll learn new things about yourself. So y'all give each other a chance, get to know one another first as people, and then create your own narrative together. Because we deserve it. Raleigh deserves it. And frankly, we're all counting on you. Mayor, council members-elect, and City of Raleigh staff, we're counting on you to lead Raleigh into our best days. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fort.
Yes, kind of hard to follow that, but I attended a meeting last night, a community meeting dealing with a major challenge that we've got in the community as it relates to homelessness. Had an opportunity to sit and listen to folks who are experiencing that challenge directly. It is getting much colder now. One individual told a story, a woman about, she's a single parent, and she's on the brink of taking her children to DSS because she doesn't have housing. And she's concerned about their safety. Heard a number of other stories about folks who are sleeping in their cars, don't have enough gas money. I mean, it's a major challenge. I know the county has put some money towards assisting some folks in the community who are working towards this issue. I know we have a new council coming in December, but we can't necessarily wait based on the approval process. I'm asking the city manager and her staff to look at our council contingency fund and any other funding sources that we've got and bring something back for the next meeting for us to evaluate how we can assist some community partners who are working to put folks in hotels and some other ways to make sure that they're sheltered in the harsh weather. And then my second request would be for your staff to have a meeting with the county to see how we can further partner with them to further those efforts, because we are really in a critical point when we've got young children that are sleeping outside because their parents can't find shelter for them, and it's 30 degrees. So that would be my request for our December meeting. Thank you.
May I make a suggestion, because our funding is limited for contingency, that we look at ARPA funding for this opportunity? We've used it before. I think that would provide more flexibility, and we also have an upcoming meeting with the county. Councilmember Branch.
So just a few things. The first one is, over the last 4 months, a lot has been said, a lot has been done. And as we prepare for December with our new council, one of the most important actions that the city council is set to address in our city is through our city's strategic plan. It includes our vision for the city, which is to pursue world-class quality of life by actively collaborating with our community towards a fulfilling and inspired future for all. Collaborating with our community has been a source of a lot of discussion over the last 3 years. It is appropriate that our vision calls attention to community engagement, given how core it is to our democracy. While I know that some have been frustrated with prior decisions regarding community engagement, I am proud that some of our collective accomplishments. We have strengthened our organization's capacity for engagement through the development of the Office of Community Engagement. We have appointed the Community Engagement Board to advise us, and I am encouraged by their early work, and I feel confident that our community engagement approach will continue to evolve and grow. I also want to recognize the work of our staff across the organizations, which consistently prioritizes community engagement for their work. I look forward to welcoming our new members to the City Council and continue the conversation about community engagement. I want to say thank you to our staff, to my peers for the progress that we've made to this date. So as we continue to move forward, I just look forward to us all continuing to work together. Speaking in that lane, back in August, I started some business roundtables once a month, and I've purposely not asked staff to do anything or participate because it was election season. I didn't want anyone to think that's why I was doing it. But as we move forward, I will be having some sessions in which I would like to invite staff to come to share information. I know previously we said anytime as council members we're asking staff to come out, we want to make sure all council members are aware. So I definitely want to put that out there. And my next business roundtable meeting is actually November the 28th at Shaw University at 6 p.m. The third thing I want to mention is the mayor at our previous meeting mentioned a plaque for Bruce Leitner at the MLK Memorial Gardens. If we can get status of that, one of the things we really want to do is make sure we, recognize people while people are here, and tomorrow's not promised for me. So I would definitely like for us to get status and move forward with that.
And also treat that with some sense of urgency, please.
Staff is finalizing the scoping of that right now, so we should have something really soon.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, to my fellow council members who will not be returning in December, thank you for your service. I'm going to start off with the person that I started council with together in 2015, and Councilman Cox. I have learned a lot from working with you. We haven't always agreed. We've bumped heads at times, but I've always had a respect for you. And I thank you for your service and for what you bring and offer to the table. And I look forward to your continued involvement in some capacity in city government. If it's in seeing us face to face here, or if it's online, I look forward to working with you in a positive way of moving our city forward. To my fellow split cycle Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Stewart, thank you for your work and for your leadership and the conversations we've had on trying to move the city forward. There's a lot of people don't know, a lot of long nights, a lot of long conversations on how do we get everybody involved and try to find a way that helps everyone. And there's no one shoe fits all, but we continue to have those meaningful conversations. To my brothers of North Raleigh, Councilman Knight and Councilman Buffkin, who both came on in 2019, thank you for your service. Thank you for just your law, helping me understand the law a lot better. I know I had jokes oftentimes about we had so many attorneys on council, but just the way you deliberate and you think intentional, I appreciate it. And to Councilman Buffkin, hopefully we give you some hours back where you can get some sleep. So I know what it's like to have a young one. So again, thank you all. And to the mayor and Councilor Ford, I look forward to us continuing this ride for the next 2 years. To do what we can to uplift everybody. We may not always agree. We may not always see eye to eye, but we have to make sure we find a way to keep listening. We have to find a way to keep listening. And just because someone says something that someone doesn't like doesn't mean they're a bad person. It just means you see things through a different lens. So we need to start looking at these paradigms and maybe making some shifts from the council outward and from outward in. That's how we're going to move this city together for our kids and our kids' kids. So again, thank you all. To staff, you stuck with me for 2 more years.
Councilmember Cox.
Well, I don't actually have any prepared speech. And so what I'll do is I'll start by seconding what Councilmember Stewart and Councilmember Branch just said, with a few friendly amendments. I do want to thank staff, and that's who is largely here in the audience right now. And I know we've butted heads over the past 7 years, but I appreciate all your hard work. I appreciate your dedication. I appreciate your answers to my many questions. And I wish you well going forward. And you know, the only thing I can do is implore you to continue doing what you've been doing, which is your best for the city of Raleigh. To my fellow council members and all the council members I've served with over the years, thank you for being there. And it certainly has been one of the most interesting experiences I've had in my entire life. And I also want to thank the residents of District B for 3 terms, having confidence enough to send me back to this table. And then lastly, I want to thank my wife, Helen, for believing in me and suggesting I actually do this. And although I think maybe she thought I was going to lose that first election. And but for sticking with me and standing with me all these years. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I feeling reflective too, but I don't like long goodbyes, so I've pared it down to what I think really needs to be said, and that first and foremost is to acknowledge and appreciate the work of our city staff. Every one of you just quietly go about your job every day, but know that we know that the work we do at this table doesn't matter without the people to make it happen, and you guys make it happen day in, day out, in every way. And I could go on and on about that. I do want to say thank you to the voters of District A. This has been the greatest honor of my life to represent them. Thank you to my colleagues, and thank you to my wife. And we're looking forward to raising a baby boy here in Raleigh, and know that I will be here to help you all and in any way I can to move the city forward. And it's been a real honor. It's been a great ride, and I wish you all the best of luck.
Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You're going to get me all teary here. First, I want to congratulate the recently elected slate of city council members, some of who are already at the table, as well as those who will join them next month. Half of this current council was elected for the first time in 2019, and we have made some big decisions together. Hiring a new city manager, which I think we did a good job. Appointing a new counselor to take the place of one who had been in a personal scandal, and I think we did a good job with that. Responding to protests over George Floyd's murder that turned into riots, and much more, all during a global pandemic. Not to mention the challenges we faced together since the pandemic, particularly the first mass shooting in the city's modern history. I'm grateful for the leadership of the city and the opportunity to work on these issues with my fellow councilors. In this room, we focus on governing, not politics or campaigns, but now that the elections are over, I want to say a few words about our election process. I believe that one of the biggest decisions this council has made of the last 3 years was to move our election permanently into the partisan election cycle. Our nonpartisan positions are now subject to de facto partisan elections. And we tell people outside of our campaign season that our city leaders are nonpartisan, that city government is the place where political parties don't matter. But as voters walked into polling places this year, they were handed a list of council candidates who were endorsed by a political party. I said it before and I'll say it again, I believe it's wrong for local government offices to be in de facto partisan elections. Highly partisan elections that are decided by whether you are a liberal Democrat or conservative Republican is not good for local governance. This election has created more divisiveness and fear-mongering than I've ever seen, and I think that's another consequence of being in this partisan election cycle. What we all need to understand is that now it helps one end of the political spectrum, but in the future, it could help the other end of the political spectrum. The issues at stake with city elections include public safety, growth and development, parks and recreation, and these are not partisan issues. Now that the political campaigns are over, we all need to keep in mind the most important thing is what's best for the citizens of Raleigh. I do hope the next council will relook at this issue and hear from the public on it, including civic, community, and business leaders. I believe the mayor and council positions are too important to this city to be left, quite literally, at the bottom of the ballot in a partisan election year. Finally, allow me to say simply that I've enjoyed my time on council and working with my fellow councilors, as well as our great city management staff and also the rest of the staff, especially Megan Hinkle, who I couldn't have done it without her. I want to thank my family who put up with this long workload, and I want to thank the folks of District E and really all the people of Raleigh for allowing me to serve them. I have been honored and humbled by this service. As the mayor sincerely says over and over again, please be kind. Thank you.
Well, that's all hard to follow. My things are pragmatic. I have to make two announcements. One is that the November 9th City Council work session has been rescheduled for Tuesday, December 13th at 4 p.m. So make sure that's on your calendar. We have NCDOT will be here talking to us. They could not do it in January, so we will be meeting in December. I also wanted to just put this on everybody's calendar that the December 5th is our swearing-in ceremony at Raleigh Union Station. More details will be provided. I believe that's at 6 p.m. But we'll be getting more details. It's in the planning stages. And then the other thing, I'm asking for a vote on this. At a past meeting, we had talked about and agreed that we would provide $20,000 in matching funds for the Crime Stoppers program. They had to raise that amount of money, and we would provide it. This will come out of council contingency. The chief contacted me this morning and said they have raised that money. They've raised $25,000. She's asking if we will vote to approve the $20,000 that we discussed earlier. And there is a sense of urgency, which is why she's asked. She feels very strongly that this can help us with solving some of the major crimes we've had. So, as I said, this is not a new topic we brought up. We had consensus that we would do this. So I'm going to make a formal motion asking that we approve that. Do I have a seconded by Councilmember Knight? All in favor? Aye. Okay, that is unanimous. Thank you so much. And with that, we will move on to appointments. Clerk.
Okay. Appearance Commission, you have 3 vacancies. Mayor Baldwin and Mayor Pro Tem Stewart nominated Kat Lawson. Councilmember Fort nominated Dane Thompson and Matthew Griffith. So that'll be carried over to the next meeting. Appearance Commission, you have 1 regular vacancy, as indicated.
Arts Commission?
Yeah, Arts Commission.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get on the right one, Arts Commission. As indicated, there's 1 vacancy, and Dwayne Hall has withdrawn his application and no longer wishes to be considered. Aurora Belfield received 5 votes, so she is appointed as your new Arts Commissioner. Environmental Advisory Board, 1 regular vacancy, no nominees. Fair Housing Hearing Board, 1 regular vacancy. Councilmember Branch has nominated Astrid Taylor, so that'll be on your next agenda. Historic Cemeteries Advisory Board, 1
Fair
regular.
Housing? Did you do fair housing? Okay.
It's late.
I know. It is.
Fair housing.
And long.
Yes, I did that, I think.
You did. Yeah.
Yeah, I did that. Historic Cemeteries Advisory Board, 1 vacancy, no nominees. Historic Resources and Museum Advisory Board, you have 3 regular vacancies.
I actually am going to nominate Dana Deaton. Dana Deaton.
And I think she was recommended by the board.
Yes.
To be considered.
And she has filed a.
Yes.
Yes.
Human Relations Commission, you have 1 vacancy. Mary Thompson received 2 votes. Alexandra Webb received 5 votes, so will be appointed. Police Advisory Board, 1 regular vacancy. Victim Advocate slot, no nominations. Raleigh Convention and Performing Arts Center, 1 regular vacancy. Mayor Baldwin nominated Dave Rose. And that's all we have on appointments. So no nominations, so we're through with that.
Okay. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the city attorney.
No report today, thank you.
Report and recommendation of the city clerk.
The first item you received copies of the minutes of the last meeting, November 15th meeting for consideration.
Move for approval of minutes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
The next item, during budget adoption, you approved the recommendations of the Committee for Council Salaries. And in doing that, we forgot to do an ordinance to delete the references, the old references in the code. So it's recommended that you adopt an ordinance to delete the old information from the code.
Move for approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, one last thing, I want to say thank you to the council for keeping me another year, and to the outgoing council, good luck. And the mayor said earlier, we're doing a lot to try to bring people back downtown. So y'all remember where we are and come back downtown and visit. And we'll even let you sign up to speak if you'd like. But thank you all.
Let's not get crazy.
No comment.
So we are now going to enter into closed session. I have a motion. Motion is in order to enter closed session pursuant to GS 143-318-11A6 to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, or fitness of individual public officers or employees. GS 143-318-11A4 to discuss matters relating to the location or expansion of industries or other businesses within the city. And GS 143-318-11A3 to consult with the city attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege. So moved. All in favor? Aye.
Mayor Baldwin, before we leave, just one cleanup thing. All of the committees had announced that they would not meet, but I just want to ask you to officially cancel the meetings for the.
Second.
Thank you.
All in favor? Aye. items in which we went to closed session to consider. We also conducted evaluations of the city attorney, city manager, and the city clerk, providing raises of 10%, 10%, and 3% respectively to each. With that, we are adjourning this session. Thank you so much.
So 10 for Robin and 10 for the manager and 3 for.